Okay, guys, we're going to get started. We've got our quorum, and we're going to start today's bill hearings with the governor's bill through the Senate President's Office, the Maryland Educator Shortage Act 2023, Senate Bill 893. We've got Eric Lukey here, and we've got 4 designated sponsor panelists I'm going to call up as well. Cheryl Boast, John Wolams, Samantha Zwirling, and Jalen Bridgeforth. Those are the 4 designated sponsor panelists. I don't know if maybe we're missing one of those 4. Okay, I see.
John's across the street.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Lukey, we're on 893. You've got the time that you need to present the bill, and then we'll go in whatever order you prefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Great to see you in that chair. And thank you to all the members of the committee. I know you had a long floor session, so we actually reduced the size of our panels by about half from the House hearing. So if you want to go ahead and move favorable, we'd appreciate that. This is a vital bill. Maryland is experiencing an educator shortage. In fact, Maryland's been experiencing a shortage of qualified educators for decades in certain fields and in certain communities. That shortage has only gotten worse with the pandemic. In fact, a study by Chalkbeat that was just released in the press this morning identified this year, or this past school year, as the worst year in at least a decade for Maryland in terms of teachers leaving the classroom at the end of the school year. If we do not solve the educator shortage crisis, it will not be possible to continue providing the level of education that our residents have come to expect in a state that deeply values education. And it will not, frankly, be possible to adequately implement the blueprint as the legislature has laid out. So the governor gave to us a task, which was to craft a bill focused on the educator shortage that schools across the state are experiencing, with a couple values in mind. One, we need to get more highly qualified educators trained to enter our schools around the state. And by the way, I use the term educators intentionally because we are not just talking here about classroom teachers. We're talking about the entire spectrum of personnel that work in our schools. The second charge that the governor gave to us was to identify ways to help make the profession of education more representative of the communities it serves. That is, to address barriers to participation in the profession based on race, socioeconomics, gender, other issues that lead to disproportionality. The product of those charges is this bill, the Maryland Educator Shortage Act. It proposes, you can think of it as 7 different proposals to try to address this issue. And I will walk through them, and then the remaining panelists will talk to the specific need for them. The first provision is actually amending an existing program. There's a program in the state of Maryland called the Teaching Fellows for Maryland program. It was spearheaded in part by the former chairman of this committee. It was one of his projects, and it's a fantastic program that provides scholarship funding to highly qualified and exceptional young people who are entering the teaching profession. As that program has been implemented over the last few years, we have seen significant under-enrollment and under-participation in that program. In fact, of the approximately, I think it was $10 million appropriated to it last year, only a little over $4 million was spent because of that under-enrollment. The other challenge is that as the program is written right now, and this is one of the root causes of the under-enrollment, it creates artificial barriers to participation in the program and to the service requirement that is required to essentially pay back the state for participation in the program. So under the Teaching Fellows for Maryland program, you get scholarship money from the state, and in return, you agree to teach for a certain number of years in Maryland classrooms. So the bill makes a number of amendments to that program to increase access to it. I'm happy to walk through those in more detail at your leisure. The second major new element of this bill is creating a new program to provide stipends to student teachers. So if you're familiar with the process for becoming a teacher, you have a certain amount of classroom education that you do, courses you take in reading in the content areas and all sorts of different aspects of education. But then as part of becoming a teacher, you have to participate in a practicum. You have to be a student teacher. That is an unpaid experience. So if you are, for example, somebody from a low income background who's gotten into college. You're often working your way through school. I just left the University of Maryland as a professor. Many of my students worked full time in addition to going to school full time. Now, on top of that, you are being required to go to a student teaching experience somewhere in the state, maybe not a place that you can get to easily, particularly if you don't have access to a car, and you're not being remunerated for it. In fact, you are paying to work because you are paying tuition for the privilege of being a student teacher. A number of states have recognized that this presents a profound barrier to participation in the profession, particularly for students from lower socioeconomic backgrounds. So what the bill proposes is a new stipend program for student teachers of up to $20,000 annually to help remunerate them for the work they're doing in the classroom as they're gaining experience as a teacher, in much the same way that many existing apprenticeship programs pay apprentices for the work they're doing as they're learning their craft. The third new program in the bill is it creates a grant program to local school systems, institutions of higher education, and alternative teacher preparation programs to create what are called grow your own programs. One of the interesting facets of our education system, especially if you look at it in terms of diversity, socioeconomic diversity, gender diversity, racial diversity, is that the ranks of our education support personnel, the paraeducators, the bus drivers, the cafeteria workers, the custodial workers, are significantly more diverse than the ranks of our classroom teaching workforce. And these are people who are dedicated to the profession of education. In fact, many of them have made education their career. A number of them would like to become certificated. They would like to gain a certificate in classroom teaching or in counseling or in occupational or physical therapy or other in-demand professions in our schools. But again, if you are working full-time, and then on top of that, having to attend school to get your certification, and then on top of that, having to pay tuition out of what is already a far too little amount of pay, that becomes very difficult. So the program proposed in this bill would create grants to IHEs, to school systems, to develop new programs to help existing school personnel and personnel working in childcare facilities, if they wanted to get a certificate in early childhood education, would help them to offset the cost of their tuition. Those are kind of the three big picture items in here. There are four smaller items that I will walk through very briefly. First of all, the bill would require institutions of higher education that have teacher training programs to develop specific goals for recruitment and retention of student teachers. We see significant drop-off of students who are pursuing a career in education throughout their educational career. I experienced that myself. I graduated with 11 other teachers with a master's degree in social studies education, secondary education, and by the end of the program, 3 of those students had dropped out, and by my third year of teaching, I was the only one left in the classroom. So we're trying to get a handle on that drop-off and require universities, if they're unable to meet their goals, to develop an action plan for addressing it. Another provision would require the State Department of Education to create an educator recruitment, retention, and diversity dashboard to provide to the public more information about the educator shortages and how they impact schools across the state. Some individual school systems already do this on their own websites. This would take all of that information, they would put it together on a single state dashboard that would be integrated with the Maryland Report Card on Public Schools dashboard. And then 2 final provisions. First of all, there are provisions in the bill clarifying some of the qualifications for early childhood educators to be considered highly qualified, and acceding Maryland to an interstate compact known as the Interstate Teacher Mobility Compact, which is designed to help people with teaching certification move between states. Taken together, these provisions are intended to be a beginning of this conversation. These provisions, as you'll note, are mostly focused on the beginning of the teacher pipeline. We still have more work to do in the blueprint and out in teacher retention and keeping good teachers and other educators in the classroom. And in addition to that, I'll mention that we have been hearing from a number of stakeholders about potential amendments to the bill. We've identified a couple ourselves. We have continued and will continue to stay in communication with committee counsel and you about what those amendments might look like. But we look forward to joining you in a conversation about how to address this very real and very important crisis in our education system. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lukey. We'll, why don't we go to the whole panel and then we'll open up for some Q&A. Eric, do you have any specified sequence you prefer? Or...
No, flip a coin, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, how about Cheryl?
Yep.
Why don't you go next?
Good afternoon, Chairman Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. My name is Cheryl Boast. I'm a 4th and 5th grade teacher from Baltimore County, proudly serving as the president for the Maryland State Education Association, representing over 75,000 educators statewide. This bill is imperative. We need to address the shortage of educators that we have here in the state of Maryland. And we thank Governor Moore for putting forth the Maryland Educator Shortage Act. And we're asking strongly for a favorable report. As Mr. Lukey pointed out, Chalkbeat just released their findings today, and Maryland and Louisiana saw more teachers depart than at any other time in the last decade. We were running around 90% retention over the years. We've now dropped below that 90% retention rate. We approximately have over 65,000 teachers in the state of Maryland. At the beginning of the year, we had over 2,500 vacancies still in the ranks. This is important that we address those who want to come into the profession. One other piece of data is that our enrollment in education courses in the state of Maryland is down by 33%, and we import over 50% of our educators. So we're not supplying enough folks to fill the classrooms. The payment for a student internship is critically important. As you will hear firsthand from a student teacher, they're asked not to work. They have to find transportation. They have to do the clothing, provide all the school materials that they need to do their lessons. So it's critically important that they get this funding. And then you'll remember Ronnie Beard, who was highlighted by the governor during his State of the State. He stood up in the balcony. He was a grow your own. He started as a paraeducator and became a teacher. So we've seen the success of this program. So I encourage you to offer a favorable report to help us address this crisis. And it's my pleasure, if I can, Mr. Chair, to introduce Jalen Bridgeforth, who is an aspiring educator.
Okay, welcome, and restate your name before you start.
Hello, my name is Jalen Bridgeforth. I'm a graduating senior elementary education major, and I attend the illustrious Morgan State University. If you all could humor me for a second, to imagine your favorite teacher growing up, the person that meant a lot to you, the person that truly inspired you and gave you the desire to learn and go on. Mine was Miss Satterfield. She taught 8th grade English, and at a time when me and my siblings were moving through poverty and existing in a state of less than, when it was time to go on our 8th grade field trip to Six Flags, she stapled $40 to a test that she handed back to me and told me not to mention it so I could pay to go on the field trip. Ever since that day, it's been my desire to be like Miss Satterfield, to give a little girl an opportunity to be more than she was, to grow out of her circumstance and do all that she's ever dreamed of being. Unfortunately, because of the circumstances in the world we live in today, that becomes less and less possible for people like me that are moving through poverty and existing the way that I have. I had no way to pay for college. I closed my eyes, jumped, and prayed. I'm the first in my family to get a degree. I'm the first in my family to make it this far in anything. So I don't have the resources that some other people may have to buy a new car to drive to work every day or afford groceries to pack a lunch with you to take to your internship. A stipend would mean that I would be able to afford the $30 Ubers I take to and from my internship every day. I would be able to afford groceries to pack a lunch with me so I wouldn't have to wait until 7 p.m. when my university dining hall opens to have my first meal of the day. A favorable report on this bill means that people like me that have a desire to educate the children of Maryland can achieve that dream, that we can help people become more than their circumstances, that we can be like your favorite teacher when you were a child. Please vote favorably on this bill. I appreciate it greatly.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Ms. Whirling, you've got last word, and then we'll open up to some Q&A, okay?
Great. Thank you to the members of the committee. Samantha Zwirling here on behalf of MSCA. This committee and the General Assembly has done a lot to improve our schools over the years, and we've appreciated the commitment to the blueprint and all of the other things that this General Assembly has done. But if we don't have the bodies and the adults in the classrooms, we're not going to see the results that we want. And this bill is one other step towards making that a reality. We've done a lot around salaries to keep people in the classroom, but we need to continue to make sure that people actually are getting into the classroom originally. As our president just mentioned, we're seeing a 30% drop in education programs around the state for higher education. So I just want to point out one thing is the Teaching Fellows for Maryland scholarship. This is a scholarship that was set up under the blueprint, as we've said, that is underutilized, and it would help students in their schooling to receive tuition, room and board, and other expenses. This bill would help strengthen that program to expand some of the eligibility for that. And to make sure that it is fully utilized, and specifically that it is publicized at HBCUs. So we make sure that we're continuing to diversify our teaching ranks. This changes some of the requirements, such as bringing in line a GPA requirement from a 3.3 to a 3.0 to match the praxis waiver. It opens pathways for candidates to prove good standing in other teacher preparation programs. And it makes it accessible to a broader range of educators, like in those high need areas like special education, for example. So this bill really takes a holistic approach at how we can get folks into the pipeline and make sure that we're giving the students the support that they ultimately need, and that our state is seeing the results that we all want to see. So with that, I urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I actually saw Mr. Woolham's sneak in the back. If you want to come on up and take a seat right next to Swirling, and then you can play clean up now 2 minutes, and then we'll open it up for question and answer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. John Woolhams, representing the Maryland Association of Boards of Education, here today, pleased to testify in strong support of the Educator Shortage Act, or the Educator Shortage Reduction Act. Friendly amendment, perhaps. Senate Bill 893. In all seriousness, this is a wonderful bill. Multifaceted in its approach, touches on a number of important programs that we think will be very meaningful in moving the needle to address what is a critical shortage of professional educators and other staff, quite frankly, that we need to meet the needs of students, and certainly to implement the blueprint with fidelity moving forward as we look at expanding pre-K, expanding college and career readiness programs, career and technical education. And so we need a full complement of staff, not to mention the mental health and behavioral health staff that, again, critical shortages in professional fields to meet the needs of students receiving special education services, students with behavioral issues, the expanded early intervention programs that we're now providing to reduce the ranks of students with individualized education plans so that we're addressing speech and behavioral issues at the pre-K, K, grade 1 and 2 levels, really meaningful program initiatives that have been supported by this legislature. There is funding behind some, but not all of those initiatives sufficient to meet the needs. But this bill is going to be critical to filling the ranks of the staff, the professional staff who are providing those services. So urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the governor's sponsor panel on this piece of legislation? Senator Carozza and then Senator Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the bill and the testimony. And I think this question is probably more for Delegate Lukey, and it's just more to confirm that there's been coordination, especially with some of the institutions of higher education that focus on teacher education, just to better understand that coordination.
Sure. Well, and first of all, it's just Eric now. I'm no longer a delegate, so but I appreciate it anyway. Yes, I have been talking a little bit with USM. I know that some of the higher education programs had concerns, and they may have submitted written testimony on it. We've been talking through some of their concerns, but you know, I think on balance, they support the gist of the bill.
Mr. Chair, no, I actually I had not read any other testimony. I'm thinking along the lines of my district with Salisbury University. So that's, you know, and I'm always looking to increase coordination on those efforts because we would like to keep our talent local on the shore. Yeah.
And you know, the feature of educator shortages is that there's a lot of complexity to them, and the shortages look different in different parts of the state, but particularly in rural parts of the state, including the shore and the upper shore in particular, where it's so easy for teachers to work in Delaware or Pennsylvania or even New Jersey. You know, the school systems had a lot of trouble hanging on to people. And that's one of the ideas behind the Grow Your Own program, right, is to help the school systems themselves be drivers of new entries into the profession.
Okay, Senator Washington.
Thank you very much. And thank you so much for this bill. I especially appreciate the educator internship stipend. And in this profession and in others, social work, many, it's the same scenario. And there's been advocacy among your cohort to draw our attention to that. So thank you for that. I have a couple of questions, if you don't mind. I also appreciate the revisions in the current program, the current teacher fellowship program. But I noticed one of the changes is that we're no longer requiring it to be a Maryland resident or a Maryland institution. Could you, I understand the former, but talk with me a little bit about that. So for those who are following along at home, that would be on page 11 on the bill, lines 8 and 9.
You can go ahead and I'll follow up.
I can talk about that. So I'm not from the state of Maryland. I was actually born and raised in Georgia, but I didn't want to stay in Georgia. I wanted to see other parts of this great United States. And I kind of fell in love with Morgan State, and I've fallen in love with Maryland. I do have a desire to stay in the state of Maryland after graduation, specifically in Baltimore City, where I've done my internship. And so I am more than happy to stay in Maryland and be in Maryland. However, because I'm not a Maryland resident, the Teaching Fellow Scholarship has never applied to me. Even though the GPA requirement is only a 3.4 and I have a 3.79, I can't win it. I've applied for it every year that I've gone to school. And the only thing that holds me back every year is the fact that I'm not a Maryland resident. And so even though I'd be willing to stay in Maryland and teach in Maryland, it seems as though Maryland doesn't want me to stay and to go back home and get that education there. So with this revision, more people from out of state would be more enticed to come to Maryland to pursue degrees and then fulfill the requirement of teaching for the years that you got the degree in the state of Maryland. So we're encouraging people to come to Maryland, stay in Maryland, and then even after they've finished their requirement for repaying the scholarship, I would stay in Maryland even longer. I love it here. It's great.
Why I ask is, so for example, by virtue, do you live in Maryland now to attend school?
Yes.
Right. And so for purposes of voting, I say you're a resident.
No, I still vote in Georgia. My driver's license.
You're eligible though. You would be eligible to. So I guess I want to check about what defines residency. I definitely don't. I'm not at all interested in prohibiting you. I mean, that would be counterproductive. But I'm just wanting to understand.
My understanding of the way this has been implemented, and I can follow up to confirm that, is that residency has been interpreted as the same qualifications necessary to qualify for in-state tuition. And, if the goal is to get more teachers in our classroom, and we know that this program requires, as Ms. Bridgeforth mentioned, on the back end, you're required to do a certain number of years of teaching in Maryland. If the student grew up in Georgia or Virginia or Pennsylvania is, I think, less important than are they committed to teaching in the state of Maryland once they finish their degree. And the other benefit to that, by the way, is that the most significant drop off you see in people leaving the education profession is in the first few years. That has gotten worse. When I started teaching in 2004, we were losing one of every 2 teachers in the first 5 years, or sorry, one of every 3 teachers in the first 5 years. Now it's one of every 2. But if you get teachers past that first tranche of teaching, they tend to stick with the profession for longer. So it has multiple benefits, that work requirement at the end.
And so is this focused on Maryland institutions then? Would the student, so so perhaps we could clarify that in the bill. So in order to be eligible for this program, you need to be graduating from a Maryland institution.
Yeah, that's how the program's been implemented. I mean, clarifying that is fine. Yeah.
And then the other is that, you've changed administration of the grant program from MHEC to MSDE. Could you talk about that?
Sure. I mean, that's, I think, a policy decision that the legislature should make. I think, there is an argument that MSD should play more of a role in teacher training than they do now, and in implementing grant programs like this. I think there's also an argument you could make for keeping it in MHEC. Our judgment in introducing the bill was we wanted the State Department of Education to take a stronger role in that educator training process. But that's a policy decision that obviously is ultimately up to
okay.
us.
So because almost all the current grant programs are administered through MHAC.
Sure, although I mean, there is a lot of conversation about MHEC's role. There's a bill making it through the House that would move the Promise scholarships to community colleges and things like that. So
Yeah, and that makes sense in some ways, but you don't have a problem with that.
Sure.
And then I think that's it for now. Oh, yes. And I've seen this in a few of the bills. It's on page 19, and when establishing the fund, that it's a special non-elapsing fund that is not subject to 7-302 of the state finance and procurement article. What is that? What is the state finance and what is this fund?
my understanding is that's boilerplate language in drafting that allows the funds in that fund to carry over from fiscal year to fiscal year, if I'm correct. I'm getting a nod from your committee counsel, so I think that's the correct description. What we did with the two new programs, though, you'll note is there are not mandated appropriations. These are budgeted programs to allow for increased flexibility. The governor did appropriate $15 million towards this bill in his budget proposal.
You raised the budget. So the program funding can change from year to year.
Yeah.
Okay. So is there any?
So that's less to
Is there
do.
a base amount that would be a minimum amount that the administration would consider, so to ensure a minimum funding level, so that so people can plan over time and that the agencies can plan,
This is less to do with this particular bill,
Yeah.
and more to do with conversations with DBM and larger philosophy on how the budget works. I think it's close to 3/4 of the budget now is mandated. And that significantly limits the flexibility, obviously for the governor, but also now that the Constitution's been amended for the legislature in appropriating. We tend to believe that the funds appropriated should be driven not by a number picked in statute necessarily, but by need, right? And so we'd like the flexibility to increase or decrease funding for programs as appropriate to make sure we're providing what we need for that program, but also not keeping money sitting in a pot where it's not being spent when it could be used better elsewhere.
I do think for certain things, when we're standing up certain programs, that might be a consideration. Thank you, Madam Chair.
For Washington, I have a few things myself. First off, thank you for the legislation, and I'm very proud to be a co-sponsor. I want to say that Ms. Bridgeforth, I am so glad you love Maryland because we need you and we want you here. And I was going to make the pitch to come to my district, but it sounds like you've already found a beautiful home in Baltimore. But if you ever change your mind, District 17 is a great place to teach. We have a lot of good schools. And thank goodness for Ms. Satterfield. So what a beautiful story. Thank you for sharing that. Mr. Lutke, on, before acronyms for anyone watching from home, MHAC is the Maryland Higher Education Commission. DBM is the Department of Budget and Management. So sometimes our alphabet soup can lose some other folks who are trying to listen. Page 6, beginning with line 22, in terms of the disaggregated data. And I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but you can get back to me. I would love to know, you've got, we want data on school, gender, race, ethnicity, average length of service, status on the career ladder, number of educators hired, and attrition rate. I would just love, and it's not going to surprise you to hear me say this, I would love to have something like language proficiency in here. Because we have so many of our students for whom English is not their native language. And we've got to have educators who have that skill, and whether that's something we need to pay more for or especially recruit or something, I would just love for that to be part of the conversation. And again, we can talk offline, but I just want to put it out there if that's.
I think
something
that's a
you
great
wanna think
idea.
of.
The number of staff who are proficient in another language. I think that's a great idea. There's also one of the amendments that we've shared with or are sharing with folks as we're going through this. I think there is language that needs to be added to that to prevent the data from potentially being individually identifiable. Once you get to a small enough number of educators in a certain school who fit a category, you don't want to out people necessarily. So an easy way to do that is similar to what we do on standardized testing, where once you get below 5%, you just say less than 5%.
Colleagues, I don't see any other questions for, oh, yes, I do. Senator Watson.
Thank you. Good to see you, Mr. Lukey. One question. Can you just briefly just summarize again the Interstate Teacher Mobility Compact?
Sure. So the state of Maryland is a participant in a number of different interstate compacts on a variety of subjects. These are compacts that are mutually worked out and agreed to by the states. The Interstate Teacher Mobility Compact has been negotiated among a number of states around the United States. If we adopt it, it would essentially add standard language that exists in the code of all the states that choose to participate in it. And it simply standardizes and eases the rules for teacher certification to be transferred between states. So if I'm, for example, certified in Washington State, I can more easily transfer my certification to Maryland and teach in Maryland if I move there because maybe my spouse has a job transfer.
You don't see any potential issues with us losing Maryland teachers because of that flexibility?
I'm not as concerned about that. I think it's just a question of easing mobility within the profession. And because Maryland tends to be a state, as Ms. Bost pointed out, we import now the majority of our teachers from other states. We tend to benefit more than we lose from programs like that.
Into this in perpetuity, is that correct?
So the funding, again, so the funding for the Teaching Fellows for Maryland program is existing statute. The funding for the other two new programs created in this bill, as the bill proposes, would be annually appropriated. There's no mandated appropriation.
The efficacy of this is if it's really, hitting the mark that we intend.
Yeah, I mean, so we're happy to take a look at more reporting language if you'd like. There are some components of the bill that include reports on the efficacy of these programs. One of the things that we as an administration would like to do is do a better job analyzing new programs once we create them to determine whether they are actually meeting the goals that they were created to address. So that's part of our goal with this bill as well.
Okay, thank you.
I think this superstar panel is excused and we've got other witnesses who can be brought up. Thank you all for your testimony. And
Thank you,
thank you for
Madam
the bill. Christina, I always forget how to pronounce your last name. Pooch from the Maryland Child Care Association is next up, as is Kay Alexander Wallace with Baltimore College Town Network. And then we have one virtual witness. Great. Hey, Alexander, man, that's awfully fancy. Welcome. You can go in either order. Welcome to the committee. You have up to 2 minutes each.
Thank you so much. Sorry. Chair Kagan and esteemed committee, I'm Christina Push, Executive Director of the Maryland State Child Care Association, and MSCCA fully supports SB 893. We applaud the administration and the many sponsors for recognizing as well as addressing educator workforce shortages, barriers, and equity concerns impacting our states, our children, our families, and our education system. SB 893 opens the door for equitable alignment of the blueprint. Maryland needs and wants diverse teachers who are role models and look like the children they educate. We applaud the goals for mixed delivery, and you say you need childcare providers to reach the Blueprint Pillar 1 goals. However, there were only 90 applicants for the pre-K grants and less than 30 were awarded. This number doesn't come close to meeting the 70-30 minimum split or the final recommendations of a 50-50 split to deliver pre-K. Barriers include the teacher certification requirements, lack of an equitable alternative pathway to certification for community providers, and lack of resources to successfully write for and administer very complex pre-K grants, as well as funding flaws. Greater emphasis must be placed on equitable, fully funded alternative pathways and supports that meet the needs of early childhood professionals working in the field. These professionals need alternative pathways to certification if we are to meet the demands for diverse teachers and role models. The ECE field needs bold and innovative approaches like SB SB 893 to address the workforce crisis and approaches that meet the needs of the birth to 5 workforce. The development of an innovative approach to teacher prep in Maryland will ensure that the vision of the mixed delivery system is realized and that further degradation of the childcare infrastructure is averted. SB 893 takes important steps to address the critical workforce shortages and begins to acknowledge and address the systemic bias, equity issues, addresses innovative alternative teacher preparation pathways, and focuses on viable solutions to diversity through the dashboard, along with the solutions to numerous problems, including recruitment and retainment of diverse teachers. MSCCA recommends a favorable committee report on SB 893.
Amazingly effective speed reading. Thank you, Mr. Wallace.
I hope I can duplicate. Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair. It's always good to see you, members of the committee. Hey, Alexander Wallace here on behalf of the Baltimore College Town Network in firm support of Governor Wes Moore's Maryland Teacher Shortage Act of 2023. The Baltimore College Town Network is a collaborative cohort of 13 higher education institutions in the city of Baltimore and Baltimore County. We represent several of our state's leading institutions that produce our state's educational leaders. Additionally, we take pride in representing half of our state's historically Black universities, of which produce a substantial portion of our educators of color. It is our organization's mission to support our member institutions in their efforts to attract students to the Baltimore region for post-secondary education, retain students, faculty, and staff to the region upon their graduation and as they navigate professional endeavors, and to promote the cultural and economic diversity of the region for the betterment of our state. For decades, the Baltimore College Town Network has proven itself to be a trusted source of pipeline implementation through our partnership with county school systems, and it is with this track record that we support Governor Moore's efforts outlined in Senate Bill 893. Our member institutions recognize the educator shortage crisis that is present in our state and stand ready to support his administration's efforts to combat this shortage through our partnerships with the Maryland State Department of Education and the Maryland Higher Education Commission. Our organization urges a favorable report on Senate Bill 893 and stands ready to assist you and your staffs, as well as the governor and his team, on any matters relating to higher education opportunity pipelines. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any questions for either of these witnesses? Seeing none, we thank you for your testimony. We have a virtual witness, Lisa Herbst. She is not present. Okay, well, we thank Ms. Herbst for her interest. She would have
yes, I am
testified
present.
favorably.
I am present.
With us. Okay, wait a minute.
Not able to start my video.
All right, we're gonna. Okay, you have a different last name maybe and your. There
I
we go.
do.
All right, now we see you and hear you. Welcome. You have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Lisa Bushy, and I appreciate the opportunity to share testimony in huge support of SB 893, and I want to especially thank all the sponsors for their work. I live in Anne Arundel County and began providing childcare in 1985. My company owns and operates 2 early education and care centers in Anne Arundel County. Both centers are Maryland State Department of Education accredited and rated level 5 in Maryland Excels, which is Maryland's quality rating and improvement system. We jumped on board the opportunity to offer community-based public pre-K to eligible children beginning in 2015, when the original pre-K expansion grants became available. We offered grant-funded public pre-K for 6 years, culminating last year in 2 classrooms of 40 students total participating in the program. Unfortunately, we were not able to apply for the grant this school year due to the impossibility of employing a qualified teacher. For the previous school year, we employed a teacher who holds a master's degree in early childhood education from Towson University. However, she was considered not qualified to be the teacher of record in the grant classroom going forward, and she was not able to find an alternative pathway to certification that met her needs. Despite advertising for 6 months, we were not able to find a certified teacher for the program by the spring of 2022. We felt the risk of potentially losing the grant funding on July 1st, when we would have maybe already enrolled up to 40 children whose families would be depending upon us, would be too great, and it was decided not to apply. Sadly, we thus turned away many eligible children and families who knew about the previous community-based public pre-K that was offered, and they would likely not be able to afford private preschool. Thus, in my experience, the greatest barrier to participation in the mixed delivery system of community-based public pre-K is finding a teacher who meets the qualifications. Increased opportunities for equitable, fully funded alternative pathways and supports that meet the needs of early childhood professionals is greatly needed. And I urge a favorable report on this bill.
Bucci, we appreciate your testimony. I see no questions. We thank you for your time. Take care. That completes the hearing on Senate Bill 893. Thanks to everybody who testified. And we will move on to our next bill. I saw Senator Carter earlier. Welcome, Senator Carter. Next up is Senate Bill 596, Business Occupations and Professions, Occupational Licenses and Certificates, Criminal History. And on the sponsor panel is Christopher Dews with JOTF, the Jobs Opportunity Task Force, and Tewodros Desta-El, Better You Construction. I hope I got that close. Welcome, Senator Carter. You may begin your testimony.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and members of the committee. It's an honor to be back before you, and I am very excited about this particular bill. I believe this bill is so fantastic. I never fall in love with the bill, but I truly believe this is the ticket. With this bill, we will rise up. Martin Luther King said we need a radical revolution of values. And for so many years, we talk about this problem that we have legitimately of, unemployment, people that have criminal records that are unable to realize their full citizenship once they've paid their debt to society. This year in particular, I'm really in tune to discussions about crime and public safety. And we know, whether we know because we read and research the research and data, or whether we just use our common sense, we know that there is an inextricable connection between education, employment, and crime. And so this bill would really fix a real problem in Maryland regarding occupational licenses. I was astounded to learn back in the summer that Maryland is rated a D among all states when it comes to bars to obtaining an occupational license. And so a couple of things I want to share with you. Since 2015, 33 states have eased or eliminated licensing barriers for people with criminal records. Licensing boards in 16 states are generally barred from denying ex-offenders a license to work unless the applicant's criminal record is directly related to the license. 17 states, ex-offenders can petition a licensing board at any time, including before enrolling in any required training, to determine whether their criminal record will be disqualifying. 15 states block boards from denying licenses to ex-offenders based on their good character or moral turpitude. These are vague and arbitrary terms. My suggestion to this committee, among others that is in this bill, is that Maryland could take a giant step by simply eliminating one particular sentence or one particular phrase, the unreasonable risk phrase, which is often on questions involving occupational licensing. The studies that have been conducted indicate that the 3 areas that Maryland needs to improve and move up from its D to maybe we could achieve a B or a B plus, as we all would want to do in school. We want to come out with a D. Exclusion, relevance, and due process. And so I concede that there should be questioning or a requirement where there is some direct connection between potentially the person's background, the person's record, and the specific license for which they are applying. But outside of that, I don't believe that there is relevance. And I want to give you a few more statistics. I don't want to be boring, but these numbers are pretty astounding that I've read about Maryland. Multiple loopholes in Maryland state law plunge us down to the D level. I've talked about that. In 613,000 license applications received during a certain period of time, only 803 had a criminal record. barely 0.13% by comparison, 9,000 people were released from Maryland prisons in 2017 alone, while roughly 8% of the nation's population has been convicted of a felony. It's not lost on this committee or this body, Maryland's horrific record on over incarceration of Black people, Maryland being the state that incarcerates the highest percentage of Black people in the country, even states that are deemed to be way more conservative, way more law and order, and in the deep South. And so the bill is self-explanatory. It would simply allow persons that have criminal records to be able to apply for those licenses without a requirement that it be a bar, the criminal record be a bar after 3 years of completely serving their sentence. Any charges that did not result in a conviction or that are expunged would simply be off limits, as they are supposed to be under current Maryland law anyway. The quagmire that I'm sure you're going to hear about from our persons that testify with the lived experience is that you're damned if you do, or you're DAMNED if you do, and if you don't, because you disclose the criminal record and then you're barred from the license, and then you don't disclose it, you're working, you're happy, and then it's discovered that you have the record, and then your license is taken from you, ripped away from you. Then you're unemployed. And often, if you do have a criminal record, that's exactly the foundation that needs to be laid in order to begin the process of recidivation. So with that, I will be happy to let you hear from the panel. And Madam Chair, I am in a JPR voting session, so if I get called, I may have to leave. Thank you.
If it's any of our bills, you better hustle back.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Dews, welcome to
Indeed, yes.
EEE.
Thank you, Vice Chair Kagan. Christopher Dews, for the record, representing the Job Opportunities Task Force. We love the bill. We bottom line is, I'll just get right to the point here. 25% of working age Marylanders have a criminal record, and that is based off of the Bureau of Justice Statistics. Worse yet, in the state of Maryland, a criminal record is acquired upon arrest, whether or not a person is ever even convicted of a crime. So these things do appear on people's routine background checks. Just wanted to highlight real quick from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, more than 1/4 of workers in the United States require a former professional license. And having a criminal record leads to, in Maryland alone, 521 collateral consequences that lead to the blocking of an occupational license. Just want to highlight one last thing here on this occupational licensing factor. There's about 55 occupations right now in the state of Maryland that's documented that if you have a record, they can straight up bar you from either getting your license renewed or even getting access to that in the first place. So what happens is a lot of individuals who return from incarceration go to workforce training programs like the Project Jumpstarts, like Better You. And once they have done their pre-apprenticeship, they then get trained and they want to secure themselves a license so they can get back on with their lives and get skilled in a trade. And what ends up happening is that they run into a brick wall where they are denied the license because of a criminal record. Now, there are some protections that currently exist in Maryland law, but unfortunately, because of some ambiguity in the language, like the protections are currently in criminal procedure 1-209, but not in the business regulations article. You'll notice that this specific bill is located in business regulations. So that way there's it kind of kills the ambiguity there. But anyway, that being said, we think this is a good bill. The whole point of it is simply to increase access to opportunity for returning citizens. As the senator already mentioned, 803 individuals over the last 8 years were able to get a license. That's out of the 35,000 that were released in that same time period. So we got to do something. We think this bill is a good way to do it, and we urge favor. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Dews. Next up is Tewodros Desta L.
Yes.
Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. Thank you for letting me testify here today. I have 2 minutes to say so much. All right. So beginning with, I was released from prison in 2015. From 2015 to date, I have been only pushing and only working as hard as I can to be the best electrician I can. I went to ABC, or beginning, I went to Jumpstart first. And with Kate McShane's help, I got employment through Hirsch Electric. But going further, I went through ABC. And after ABC, I also, after getting my journeyman license through ABC, I went to Harford County on my own initiative and made sure I got my number with Harford County. That law has changed. Now it's more with the state. I also went to JETC through IBW Local 24. I topped out, as they would call it. I finished the program there, and now I'm a journeyman wireman with IBW Local 24. So I was happy. And then I found out that now, because of a bill, that you have to be registered within DLR as an electrician and be registered. Without such, you are not permitted to do work as a journeyman because you're not registered within the state of Maryland. This is what I was told. After putting that much time, 7 years into electric, that is not what I want to hear. So I went through the website. The website asked about certifications. I put all of that in as is told for you to do through email. And after doing such, I was asked about my criminal background. Personally, I didn't see any relevance. I am not that person. I was 21. So I did not disclose. I did say I had a felony and that was it. I was asked to give detailed letter as to what my charge was, say what my charge was, and then offer up the discretion. I am not willing to allow discretion to sum up the work I put into this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I see that Nicole Hansen Mundell is here at the witness table. Once again, you did not sign up to testify. And once again,
I'm signed up.
yeah, you're not. And committee.
Maybe I'm not on the panel, but I'm signed up.
You're not on the witness list. I'm going to let you speak because we want to learn from you because this is an important bill for you and you have expertise that we want to learn from. But here going forward, you really must make sure that you sign up for a witness because there's so many people who we have to turn away because our hours.
No,
are
I
filled.
understand.
Okay,
Thank you,
but we're
Senator.
glad you're here. Thank you for showing up. So please, you have up to 2 minutes.
Okay, yes, ma'am. My name is Nicole Hansen Mundell. I am the Executive Director of Out for Justice, a grassroots-based organization that is led by formerly and currently incarcerated individuals. While I agree that this is a good step forward, what we can't continue to do in this state is separate and isolate, individuals from having a successful reentry. I myself was charged with a violent offense years ago because we know that oftentimes in certain districts, police officers decide to charge up and some of us don't have the type of legal support to work our way down, right? But that does not mean that I, Nicole, and people like Nicole don't deserve to have access to occupational licensing. I too was a licensed nursing assistant for a number of years and come from a background of all master nurses, licensed nurses and nurses with master's degrees. And so if we really want to see this real idea of public safety, if we really want to see people contribute to our society in a meaningful way, we cannot continue to carve out some access for some and not carve out access for others. And especially when we have a law that really talks about if the offense has nothing to do with the particular trade, then why is it a burden for me to continue with this trade? And the last 5 seconds, Senator, I'll say, studies show that individuals with violent crime are less likely to reoffend. And that studies all over the country, that people with violent crimes are the less likely people to reoffend and make up the majority of the population of people with criminal records. Thank you.
Yeah. There are 2 more witnesses, 2 more proponents. So why don't we bring them up and then we'll take questions. So is Mr. Guido here, Jeffrey Guido and Jason Billingsley? Are either of those here? If so, you are invited to come to the witness table.
Okay.
Seeing neither of them, we'll take questions for these 3 witnesses or for Senator Carter. If she's still here. Yep. Any questions? Yes, Senator Watson.
Thank you. Ms. Dale, we heard a bill this morning, which was talking about, waiting periods for expungement of records, right? And 2 of the provisions said that, if you were convicted of a misdemeanor, instead of having to wait 10 years to get your record expunged, you could do it in 3. And for violent crimes, felonies, instead of waiting 15 years, you can get it done in 5. And I'm trying to map this bill with ensuring that people who need licenses can be afforded the same thing. So my question for you is, when you apply for your business license, how long was it since you were released? What was that time frame?
I was released in 2015. Okay, so I do not have a business. The license is not for a business. In the electrical field, you have to be a journeyman first. And after the journeyman, after a certain amount of hours working, to get the journeyman, you have to work and do school. After journeyman is 3 years. And then you're eligible to take a master's license. With the master's license, then you're able to be bonded so that you can have an electrical business. I'm talking specifically just to be recognized by the state of Maryland as an electrician. I'm not forwarding any benefit or opportunity to actually even run a business. It's just merely stating that, yes, I am qualified. Yes, you can do the work.
At that certification from the state, you can theoretically go anywhere and work as an electrician, right?
As long as I'm under a master electrician, which would be the company itself, yes.
Okay, thank you for that. Senator Card, I want to just kind of try to reconcile these two bills, that I'm looking at. One is more that we talked about earlier. One is a little more generic and broader for, just getting things expunged after a period of time. This one is kind of specific to business occupation licenses, the way I understand it. But I think they should both be kind of the same thing. Once you've done your time, you've done your time. Let's get folks back on their feet as soon as possible and, get them back off to work.
So I agree, but I think that this is a specific bill because this would be a bill that even if you're still within that waiting period for the expungement of your record, you'd still not be ineligible to get a license to work. And I think that's the difference, and that's what's important. One of the big arguments we've made over the years about why expungement should be expanded is because we want people to be able to participate fully in society, whether it's work, employment, housing, education, and the like. And so this, to me, is a critically important bill, given first of all, the limited options that people have once they are finished serving a sentence or have a conviction, right? They're limited. And so one place they ought to be able to go is the trades, is to have an occupational license. They may not be able to go and get a full degree if they've served a time, whatever. But to get a license that gives you an income, to me, that should be like a no-brainer.
I have a question for the sponsor of the bill, Senator Carter. I think we're letting people who have served their time and come out and get jobs and go to school and vote and all that. So this, to me, I agree. It's a no-brainer for me anyway. I have a question for you on page 2, lines 16 through 18. It says a conviction for which a period of 3 years has passed since the applicant completed serving their sentence, if the sentence did not include a term of imprisonment. Can you just give some idea? And then the next section, if the next section, lines 19 through 22, is 3 years. If there was imprisonment, can you just explain, if you would, what made you choose 3? Why not 2? Why not 5? Why not? Are there studies? Are there laws in other states? Can you just give us a sense of that, if you would?
So I think that, for me, it wasn't based upon that. It was based upon once somebody is completed serving a sentence, and of course, a non-incarceration sentence could be a sentence just to probation. So someone could literally be on the street for that 3 years, but oftentimes they're on probation, and because they have the court oversight, they're barred from being able to participate fully in society. The issue is this: we want people working as soon as possible. We want them contributing to the tax rolls as soon as possible. This should be something that we seek immediately, I think, upon release from an incarceration, is get people working, because we know there's a correlation between employment and non-recidivation. People aren't working, often their options are so limited that is exactly why many people are relegated to at least illicit forms of income.
So any particular reason why 3 years, or if anyone else on the panel has data, studies, findings, or we can talk about it another time.
So the final thing I'll say is I'm happy to distribute, if you think it'll be helpful, I did look at an all-state survey, which is where I got the data from how 33 other states do something better than we do. 17 other states have barred this altogether. And so there is a survey that does lay out the different amounts of years, and 3 years seems to be the average in other states.
Speak for the whole committee, but I know that I personally would love to see that. So maybe if, when you get a sec, maybe you could give it to committee council
I
and
will
or
do
to
that.
me. That would be great. Other questions for this panel, Senator Washington?
Thank you. And thank you so much for your testimony and trying to make conditions better, not only for yourself, but for everyone. I appreciate that. So I don't know if you can answer the question of Senator Carter. This does speak to the transition from incarceration, so reentry, right? And so is there employment while individuals are incarcerated? Are there opportunities for employment?
So I'm going to let persons with lived experience speak to that, but I think some of us know that the employment that most people engage in while they're incarcerated results in little to no income. And there are opportunities to get licenses and certificates while incarcerated. But imagine obtaining such a license and then coming out and being barred from working in that field because of your conviction.
Right. So I just wanted to clarify. So one is able to get a license while incarcerated and then is transitioning, or no? Can you, I mean, you said.
No, while incarcerated, certain people are eligible to get certificates and some licenses while incarcerated. There are some licensing programs available inside.
Yes, you can speak to that.
Yeah, okay,
She
I think a lot of times licensing certifications, and what I need you to understand as far as what are you getting certified for, licensing for, those words are used interchangeably and it becomes synonymous when it's not actually synonymous at all. While you're incarcerated, they do have certificate programs. They even have college on air programs in there. I actually went to one. I went to college while I was in there. I got a lot of certificates. I got certificates through Warwick College, through Hagerstown Community College. Credits that I was able to use when I got released. When I went to CCBC for construction management, I took an IS from that so I can go to apprenticeship. To keep it short, I think this is a twofold matter. It's a twofold matter in the sense that it has a practical effect on you and it's a matter of principle. If you're incarcerated and you actually are completing very well, you're completing abundantly all of the state programs that are in there to try to eliminate blockages for you so that we can try to decrease the recidivism rate. You cannot also be the same agency, in this case, the state, to allow a block such as this.
Chairwoman, that's what I was trying to clarify, because it was my understanding that it's reported that there are
Relationships.
certification programs and that people are able to gain certifications, but they're not able to actually gain a license because your convictions, your criminal record would preclude you from that.
Well, it's not even that. It's also a matter of resource.
Okay.
Like, for example, for me to get a license, I would have to go through 4 years apprenticeship. Especially now because of the new law, you literally have to go to an apprenticeship. You cannot just come in with the experience that you was taught by someone else, your father, your grandfather, and you know electric. You actually have to go to an apprenticeship. So that apprenticeship affords certain resources that you're not going to get while you're incarcerated. And it's not also.
I guess I'm confused. So are people performing plumbing or work? Are those who are incarcerated performing work that could make one eligible to gain a license or a certification if it were not for,
Yes, you can build on the training. So you do have carpentry programs, you have masonry programs, you have a lot of programs that are in there. Electrical, I doubt it because of the very substance of the trade itself. But you can build on the skill. But as a matter of just, formally seeing as something that we can credit to your apprenticeship, no, that begins at the apprenticeship.
And also, Senator, like he said, there's a difference between getting a license and a certificate that may or may not be taken by an outside entity, right? So yes, there is relationships behind the walls with the Department of Labor and License, which is, I think, where you were going. There is a relationship to get people certified in a specific area, which is like working towards. So we're getting you some skills that you can use to then you still got to go out and get certified by this board. And so you would think it makes sense that the same agency who's going behind the walls to help people get additional skills that will allow them to apply for the certifications and the licensing would be the same agency saying the very people who were training on the inside with all of these offenses are now, once they get to us on the outside, we're going to say no. Yeah.
Connecting the dots. I appreciate it.
That looks like it completes the hearing. Senator Carter, thank you for the bill. Thank you for being with us. Good luck with your voting.
Thank
And
you
that
very
completes
much.
the hearing on Senate Bill 596. The next bill is going to be Senator Bailey, Senate Bill 639, Historic St. Mary's Commission Reform Act of 2023. And while he's coming up, I just need to recognize not just former Senator Hogan, but also my former county executive, Ike Leggett, the chair of the commission's, the Blueprints Implementation Board. So, and now I'm handing it over to the President Pro Tem, Senator Augustine. I'll be right back.
All right, Senator Bailey, you're welcome to start your bill. Looks like you don't have, we got your responsive people who you want to speak on your panel.
Yes, sir.
All right, Senator.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman and distinguished members of the committee, Senator Bailey, District 29, representing St. Mary's in Calvert County. Senate Bill 639 deals with the historic St. Mary's City Commission. It's called the Reform Act of 2023. It's a great honor to represent the birthplace of our state and to work with so many people to grow and improve St. Mary's City. During these efforts, however, those of us who represent St. Mary's City became concerned with several matters relating to the commission, particularly their response to the community members who had come forward with questions about its management and the grounds that they're responsible for. The commission is an independent agency that is not part of a larger unit of state government. Therefore, it became necessary for us as legislators to provide oversight regarding their actions and response to these concerns. This effort has already resulted in 3 significant actions being taken, including the appointment of several new members of the commission, expanding the Open Meetings Act to cover the commission, and initiating an independent audit of the commission's operations, as it was clear that their internal efforts to respond to these concerns were insufficient. While the full audit with the commission's response has encountered delays and is scheduled to be released later this week, I have been in discussion with the representatives of the commission regarding what they have learned from this process so that we could have a legislative response to this issue this year. It is clear from the discussions that the audit will show the level of mismanagement that has been occurring at historic St. Mary's City in recent years. I am confident that the commission will respond to the concerns raised by the audit promptly and fully, and part of this bill requires them to report on their progress in addressing its recommendations. However, it's important to enact long-term reforms and address deficiencies in the current statutory structure of the commission that have become apparent during this work. This bill makes several changes to the existing statute, which to my knowledge has not been comprehensively reviewed since it was first enacted in 1997. In the interest of time, I will not go into detail of each individual provision of this bill unless you have questions, but broadly, there is a need for the commission to formalize and regularly review their operating procedure to comply with state law, follow best practices, and ensure that the investment that the state has made in St. Mary's City is being utilized to the most effective and efficient manner possible. It is also necessary to ensure that the commission, which is largely part comprised of members appointed by the governor and confirmed by the Senate to oversee the operations of historic St. Mary's City, is in control of its operations by enacting guardrails to govern the relationship that the commission has with the historic St. Mary's City Foundation and any other affiliated nonprofits that may choose to work with it. I have submitted an amendment with this bill to clarify a few of these provisions, including the clarifications requested by St. Mary's College of Maryland, as well as add a representative of the Native American community to the commission at the request of a current member. I respectfully request a favorable report with amendments on Senate Bill 639. Thank you for your consideration. I would like to recognize my panel, member of the commission, who has led the efforts to reform the operations of historic St. Mary's City, Admiral Healy. This bill is before you today in large part because of their cooperation and willingness to share what they have learned from this audit process. As they have learned, it is so we work together having this bill to resolve these issues this year.
Good afternoon, Senators.
Senator.
I am Tim Healy. I'm the chair, as the senator said, I'm chair of Historic St. Mary's City Commission, HSMCC. I'm here representing the commissioners in support of SB 639, Historic St. Mary's City Commission Reform Act of 2023. Excuse me. Our commission currently consists of 15 members who have a strong love for the history of the state and appreciation for the discoveries that are being uncovered regularly at the fort site. 12 of our commissioners have been appointed within the last year in an effort to fill many vacancies in positions whose terms had expired. Our commission is a diverse, energetic group that takes our responsibility to maintain and carry out the mission of Historic St. Mary's City very seriously. Additionally, we have taken a strong interest in ensuring that the operations at HSMC are on par with other commissions and agencies of the state. As the senator mentioned, the statute has not been renewed since 1997. Provisions in this legislation will provide a clear path for us to move forward with up-to-date guidance to best serve the organization. With Maryland's 400th anniversary coming up in just 11 years, first state capital will be even more important. We've taken upon ourselves to ensure we have the site and the educational assets in the best possible condition. We're working to further strengthen the bond between us and our immediate neighbor, St. Mary's College of Maryland, as well as the local community and other organizations throughout the state. It has been a banner couple of years for the city with the discovery of the 1634 fort, the new ship, and the groundbreaking of the visitor center, none of which could have happened without your continued strong support. We appreciate Senator Bailey's assistance in having legislation drafted, move us forward. We're hoping to get a positive report from you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do members have any questions? Senator Bailey, I have a question. This was to set up an anticipation of the 500 of a big celebration, correct? For St. Mary's, there's some kind of.
So this just deals with historic St. Mary's City.
Okay, so
now that happens to be the location of a couple of years ago where we actually passed legislation to create the Fort to 400,
okay.
which is going to take place at this location.
And does the management of that event come under the heading of this commission?
No.
No, so it's just absolutely separate. Okay.
Yes.
Is there an appropriation associated with this commission?
There are appropriations associated with it that we're dealing with in budget and tax in order to get the audit that this act is a response to. We did hold back $500,000 last year from their budget to inspire them to have this audit. And that's in the wording this year to do it again if it's not complete, but I've been assured that the audit will be out for public review by the end of the week.
And I very much appreciate your work going in and opening all the drawers and trying to get things straight. So I definitely appreciate that work. You said that this commission was established in 1997.
The last statute
yes
is 97. So a mere 26 years ago.
So it just hasn't been updated since then. All right. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Yeah, so that ends the hearing for this bill. Next. Senate bills. Oh, Senator Folden. We'll go that way. Thank you. Oh, okay. Lola, are you presenting for Senator Gazone?
Yes.
Oh, yes, please. please come up. And do you have a panel with you? Rachel Heiss, London.
I think someone left a phone, in one of
Mine-
the seats.
Oh, thanks. Thank you. Senate Bill 913. Thank you. The sponsor, thank you very much. The sponsor panel, Rachel Heiss and Ike Leggett. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, members of the committee. My name is Lola Odioye, and I am here on behalf of Senator Gazzoni to present Senate Bill 913, publicly funded full-day pre-kindergarten program, Tier 1 child, alteration of definition. The blueprint for Maryland's future and its promise of a world-class education for all students in the state rests on 5 pillars. The first of these is providing high-quality early childhood education so that students come to kindergarten ready to learn. To achieve this goal, the blueprint envisions a mix of public and private providers meeting evidence-based and nationally recognized standards for high-quality full-day pre-kindergarten. The blueprint phases in funding eligibility for pre-K enrollment over time, beginning with Tier 1 children, which are households with income up to 300% of the federal poverty level. The law also specifies that in addition to Tier 1 children, children with disabilities regardless of income, children who live in a home in which English is not the primary spoken language, and homeless children should be given priority for pre-K enrollment. However, the original legislation did not provide funding for these priority children until fiscal year 2025. I'm presenting this bill on behalf of the Accountability and Implementation Board, the agency tasked with ensuring that the blueprint is implemented with fidelity and reflects the intent of the legislature and the Commission on Innovation and Excellence in Education. Thank you, and I ask for a favorable report of Senate Bill 913. With that, I will turn my testimony over to our panelists.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ike Leggett for the Blueprint for Maryland's Future. Just to speak in support of HB 913. This was an oversight. It was clearly the intent to cover this. We are certain that it will be something that will add to our overall accountability as we move forward. We are looking at 3 very significant areas that I think no one can disagree in terms of its impact, in terms of the quality of education for our kids. Those who are language English is not the language spoken primarily in their homes, those suffering from homelessness, and those with disabilities. This clearly was an oversight. We intend to make sure this is corrected. We did not, as you may recall, endorse or promote a great deal of legislation at this time, that we were going to look at this in a more ominous way at a later point. But this is something that needs to be corrected now, and that is our intent. I urge favorable approval for that. Rachel will talk about several amendments that we have to adjust to this as well. Rachel?
Good afternoon. Thank you. You do not have the amendments in front of you. We will be submitting them to council. The amendments adjust the bill to take care of an unintended fiscal impact that the fiscal note reflects an ongoing cost, which was not the intent of the legislation. The intent was to correct the funding situation for 1 year in fiscal 24 until the funding formula incorporates Tier 2 children. So Tier 1 are the 300% and below federal poverty level. Tier 2 is between 300 and 600%. The state provides funding for Tier 1 and Tier 2 students. And if students whose families fall above 600% of poverty, the family covers the full cost. So it was not the intent of the bill to alter that and have the state pay a larger portion for all of these students. It was to simply make sure that students are that LEAs and providers are funded for children with disabilities, English learners, and homeless youth who are enrolled in full day pre-K in the next school year. So the amendment will essentially take care of that. It will be a one-time cost in fiscal 24, something around $5 million, I think.
Okay, thank you. I think I understand, but let me make sure, see if there are any questions. So I'll pose the question. So are you saying that at the moment, this bill amends the section where it's defining who a tier 1 child is, and then it includes in the definition children with disabilities, homeless, and where English is not the first language. The amendment will be amending a different part of the bill, so it'll
Correct.
strike these.
Correct.
Right, and
Exactly.
then it will be an amendment that just makes it clear that there will be funding.
In
or will
fiscal
incorporate
'24
for
for
a
tier
single
2.
year. And then once the blueprint fully takes effect, or the funding, then it will no longer be necessary to delineate these populations. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Very good. Okay.
Yes.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony and for this bill. There aren't any other questions? All right,
Thank you.
thank you. That's the hearing on Senate Bill 913. Next, I believe we have Senator Quarterman. Nope, okay. Witnesses. Oh, I'm sorry. There are more witnesses who want to speak to this bill. We have not ended this hearing. Who's next? Is someone here to speak on Senate Bill 913? Yeah, just try to, there we go. We did that, John Wallens. Okay, thank you, got it. One more, Kevin. Okay. You know who you are, Rachel London, John Wellens, Maddie, and Kevin Canale. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rachel, you can get started.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I'm Rachel London, the Executive Director of the Maryland Developmental Disabilities Council. We are a public policy organization that creates change to make it possible for people with developmental disabilities to live the lives they want with the support they need. I'm really here just to say me too, and thank you to Rachel Heiss and the AIB. We have worked together for years to make sure that children with disabilities, regardless of income, had access to public pre-K because state and federal law already requires that they do. So again, we really are in strong support of this bill. It, as you've heard, fixes a problem that wasn't supposed to exist and really does support kids with disabilities to learn and play alongside their peers without disabilities. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is John Willems here? No. Okay. Maddie Long? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Maddie Long, and I'm a policy fellow with Strong Schools Maryland, here in strong support of Senate Bill 913. We want to say thank you to the bill sponsor and the AIB for bringing this bill to make this correction. The passage of the Blueprint for Maryland's Future began a new period in Maryland's journey to achieve educational equity, especially with regard to early learning. The Blueprint established publicly funded full-day pre-K in the state so that all children are ready to learn and be successful when they enter kindergarten. With this goal in mind, we're using a tier system to ensure an equitable rollout of this program, with tier 1 children being the first to receive benefits. The law already requires that priority in expanding full-day pre-K slots should be given to children from low-income families, children with disabilities, and children living in homes where English is not the primary spoken language. Regardless of income, this bill just follows that same logic, as has already been said, and it aligns more with the original intent of the Blueprint. As we all know, quality early education sets the foundation for lifelong learning and success. Without this bill, we will miss children and families who need publicly funded early education the most. For these reasons, we urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Kevin Canale here on behalf of the Maryland Association of Counties. We signed up favorable with amendments. After speaking with Ms. Heiss and hearing about her amendment, I think our concerns have been addressed. We were concerned with the potential fiscal impact here, but again, I think the amendment addresses our concerns. So I think we can move to no position on this bill, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Do we have anyone here? Okay, everyone else is here. Okay, now that is the hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you all so very much. Okay. Going to pass it back to Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Senator Washington. Excuse me, Senator Quarterman is on his way. That'll be the next bill. Witnesses. So Senator Quarterman is on his way. The bill is SB 429, Business Regulation Home Improvement Commission Award Limits. So Joshua Hoffman, Gregory Morgan, David Finneran. If you all are here, you may come forward. And we'll give Senator Quarterman just another moment and then we can get started with testimony, but we do prefer to have the senator go first if we can. It's your pleasure. Do you want to take a pass? Do you want me to start this one? Yeah. Okay. All right, gentlemen, I think we should get started and Senator Quarterman will jump in when he arrives. Again, this is Senate Bill 429. If you would identify yourself, please, and you have up to 2 minutes each. And when Senator Quarterman comes in, we will interrupt the flow and welcome him. So you may go in any order. Oh, here's Senator Quarterman, saved by the bell. You're up. Senator, you can come right up and we are just starting your bill. There you go, exactly. And we have your witnesses up here. You may stand at the podium if you like, or you may sit. Whatever's your preference. Welcome to the committee, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, Chair Feldman, and members of the Education, Energy, and Environment Committee. Thank you for the opportunity today to present Senate Bill 429, Home Improvement Commission Award Limits. For the record, Senator Paul Quarterman, District 2, representing Washington and Frederick counties. Senate Bill 429 is really about consumer protection. It was brought to our office by a constituent in our district who took off work today because that's how important it is to him. He came down here so you could hear directly from him, able to answer any questions of how this has affected him through his experience. The Maryland Home Improvement Commission administers a guarantee fund, which exists to reimburse homeowners for the actual loss caused by a licensed contractor who performed a home improvement job in an incorrect or incomplete manner, or who had abandoned the job altogether. The fund is supported by licensed contractors who pay a guarantee fund assessment when they obtain their home improvement license each time they renew their license. Last year, the General Assembly passed legislation to increase the maximum payout to homeowners from $20,000 to $30,000. And currently the maximum amount that the fund will pay on behalf of the same contractor is $100,000 for all claimants. As written, this bill, Senate Bill 429, that would increase this amount from $100,000 to $200,000. However, we do have an amendment. I don't know if you guys all have it yet. We just got it back officially from the amendments office yesterday. If you don't have it, we'll make sure the committee actually gets it. But what the amendment says would actually increase it from $100,000 to $250,000. This was done with the work of all the individuals we see up here today to provide more coverage for more consumers that have been negatively impacted by the same contractor. Additionally, the amendment will alter the mandatory guarantee fund assessment trigger from $250,000 to $1 million to better ensure that the fund remains solvent so it can pay out claims in the future. We'll make sure the amendment, like I said, is distributed to everyone if you don't have it already. And thank you for consideration. We respectfully ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 429, and I'll pass it on here to my friend, Mr. Hoffman.
Thanks, sir.
And thank you for being an engaged consumer who inspired your senator to introduce a bill. You have up to 2 minutes. Welcome to Annapolis.
Thank you, Senators. My name is Joshua Hoffman. Together, my wife and I own our house located in, Hagerstown, Maryland. Together, we strongly support the bill SB 0429 to increase the bond from contractors in the state of Maryland. With the cost of construction materials and the overall price of projects being done in recent years, it's nearly impossible to get a pool built for under $100,000 these days. Most families take out a loan or remortgage their house, as we did, to be able to afford to have the opportunity to put a pool in the residence to enjoy time with their family and friends. The issue of the current bill for contractors in the state of Maryland provides you with protection up to $30,000 per family and up to an overall guarantee fund of $100,000. In this situation that we just encountered, there are approximately 180 pools, give or take, that were partially completed but damaged, done with major issues, or not completed at all. And the few times that I personally went down to visit Catalina Pool Builders for our pool, I met several other families dealing with the same issues as ourselves. If you look at the Google reviews, it's flooded with hundreds of comments from people experiencing awful circumstances. I personally reached out to the Maryland Home Improvement Commission when things started getting frustrating, with the disappointment of seeing how little action was taken to help resolve my issue, along with many others. I was told that even though there are 20 active complaints with this contractor this time, they do not want to shut down due to individuals losing their job. In my own personal opinion, I feel like if there were better policies and procedures in place, a lot of consumers just like myself could have had this situation minimized or avoided altogether. For the above mentioned reasons, I respectfully and without reservation urge the new bill to allow better protection from bad contractors and to be there for consumers in the time of need. By increasing the amount, will most likely allow everyone who submits a claim in the situation to be rightfully compensated and offer better protection for future Marylanders, and going them in the peace of mind knowing that their wonderful state advocates for them in the time of need.
Thank you for sharing your story. Mr. Morgan?
Yes. Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of this committee. For the record, I'm Greg Morgan. I'm the Commissioner of the Division of Occupational Professional Licensing for the Maryland Department of Labor. On behalf of the agency and the Maryland Home Improvement Commission, I'm here today to support Senate Bill 429 with the amendments. Prior to state service, I spent a 35-year career in the construction industry and know firsthand the challenges homeowners can endure when dealing with an incompetent or crooked contractor. Similar to a surety bond, the guarantee fund provides insurance not to the contractor, but the Maryland residents who have engaged in a home improvement contract, who at the time of the contract with the home improvement contractor, who at the time of the contract was licensed through the Maryland Home Improvement Commission. The current cap of $100,000 per contractor fund payout is not in line with the increasing costs of home improvement remodeling projects. Currently, the Maryland Home Improvement Commission has 11 contractors that, once all these claims are investigated and adjudicated, will most likely hit the cap, thus leaving homeowners with a prorated financial recovery that is much lower than their actual losses. Raising the cap will allow for more residents to recover a greater percentage of their losses. As well, an important part is, once a contractor gets to a point where his license is suspended or revoked and the fund pays out, that contractor cannot get licensed in Maryland until the fund balance is paid back. And surprisingly, a lot of them can hit the $100,000 mark. So it's important, if we raise this cap, it'll be harder for the bad actors to get back into the business. And as Senator Quarterman mentioned, the trigger allows us to make sure that if we approach the $1 million mark of the fund balance, that it triggers a $50 assessment to rebuild the fund balance. And so if we move that cap to $250,000, those 11 contractors I mentioned would be $2,750,000. And I'll finish up. We believe that this proposal provides greater security for our citizens while allowing the Home Improvement Commission to remain as good stewards of the guarantee fund. For these reasons, the department first thanks Senator Quarterman and requests a favorable report of Senate Bill 429. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Are you Mr. Finneran?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to hold because you're here as informational testimony. So I think we ought to take questions of Senator Quarterman and the proponents first, and then we'll take your testimony.
Very good.
So I don't see others with questions, but I actually have, and I'm happy to ask Senator or Mr. Hoffman two things. Mr. Hoffman, first off, did you try reaching out to the Consumer Protection Division of the Attorney General's office? Was that something you investigated at all?
I
And would
did
that
not
have been
do that.
appropriate?
No, I started reaching out and I filed a claim with the home improvement. And I started initiating the claim. Things started getting a little bit better. The balance was paid off in full as the draws in the contract were. And then we were left out with some warranty repairs and a pool cover that was never presented to us. But there's many, many customers out there that have a shell or a hole in their backyard and they paid $50,000-$60,000. And they have $10,000-$15,000, excuse me, worth of work done.
I mean, do you happen to know when this law was last updated, the 100,000, and you're proposing increasing it to 200? Do you know how old the current code is?
That I don't know offhand, but we could happy to get that information for you. Yep.
I think that might be helpful information.
I believe it was within the last year or two. Thomas Marr,
Well, the 20 to 30, I think was
The
what happened
30
last
went
year.
up last year.
That's that part went last year. What she's asking about is.
I'm asking about
100.
the 100,000 to 200,000,
Right,
doubling it. I
Yep.
assume that wasn't last year.
correct.
Okay,
We'll
all
find
right,
out for
yeah,
you.
Senator, if you
Chair.
can share that,
Unless they know.
If I could have just addressed you, asked about the Consumer Protection
yeah,
Division.
please.
And I can't speak to current cases, but I can tell you that we do engage with them when we get a case that involves a lot of claims because they have a bigger sword than we do.
Yeah.
And we work with them quite closely. In fact, we have a case right now that is in criminal court with them. And they can seek restitution and get people paid back way beyond the fund balance.
Sure.
But
So
thank
that's what
you.
I was thinking. So that's why I was wondering. And Mr. Hoffman, when you said that there were a bunch of wronged consumers, a bunch of clients, that just seems like a class action or something. The Attorney General's Consumer Protection Division is really effective. So regardless of the outcome of this bill, it might be something that you want to investigate. And I'm sure Senator Quarterman can help you get connected there. I see no other questions, so that would complete the hearing on Senate Bill 429. Thank you, Senator, and thank you all. Oh, no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. I apologize, Mr. Finneran, you get your 2 minutes. So if you can stay or go, but he's informational testimony.
I'm really just going to explain, thank you,
Please.
Vice Chair, and committee members. I'm the administrator. I'm the executive director of the Maryland Home Improvement Commission. And I'm tasked with administrating all the functions, the complaint and claim functions that the homeowner here has talked about, and also the guarantee fund. So administering the guarantee fund, and any increase in the guarantee fund cap would not have any effect on our administration processes or expenses. So we would work that would be the same process that we're using now. So just at a greater level. And I'm just here for questions.
Any questions for Mr. Finneran? Seeing none. Oh, Senator Brooks.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Mr. Finneran.
Yes, sir.
If these bad actors, these bad contractors are out there creating this kind of mischief or just taking advantage of the customers that way, and you're saying if they were to be reported, then they would have to, and then the claim was paid, they would have to fund that before the license would be.
They would have to reimburse the fund in full before the license, they had any opportunity to have their license reinstated.
Well, how is it possible for all of the number of claims, a number of people who have holes in the ground and how is it possible then to do that to that extent?
Well, a lot of homeowners didn't file complaints. This one made the news. The case that he's talking about made the news in both the Baltimore and Washington market. And as a result of the news blast, we started receiving a lot of complaints. We now have 142 complaints against this particular contractor. And actually the contractor themselves have let us know that there may be up to 200 claimants. But we've have evidence of 142 so far. But we have to wait until we're a complaint driven agency. So we have to hear from the consumers to process those claims.
But I can tell you that they did a good job of keeping our customers saying we're going to be there next week and such like that.
Oh,
So we weren't getting a lot of complaints until which time they filed for bankruptcy.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sure. I thought I was loud enough, but yeah, no. So, until, we started digging in and then we filed a suspension and then they shut down.
all right, fine.
And I'd just say, not only do we have licensed contractors that we deal with, we have folks we suspend, they still go out and steal money from people as unlicensed contractors. And we have some really diligent investigators that chase them down and file criminal charges, take advantage of senior citizens. And this just really, is something we're really pushing for.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator.
If I can actually add to that, I was actually communicating with them. Sorry, if I can add to that, I mean, over the course of probably about a year that we were waiting on our pool cover, I probably called out to them about 200 times, sent them about 80 emails. And just like this gentleman mentioned, that they just continue to promise and promise and promise, oh, we'll be out next week, we'll be out next week, and so forth. To the best of my knowledge, they have folded and they filed bankruptcy, and we've received letters from their attorneys. So. Yeah.
Would go bankrupt.
Just
Amazing.
a clarification.
With excellent customer service like that.
Yeah.
Just to
Okay.
clarify, he reached out to the contractor 80 times, not us. We were.
Sure. Yeah.
You guys have always been great. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Well, thank you for sharing this story and thank you for the bill, Senator Quarterman. That completes the hearing on Senate Bill 429. Passing it back to the chair for Senator Elfreth, who's up next.
Okay, do we have Senator Elfreth or her? Yes, oh, there she is. Okay. We're going to turn to Senator Elfreth on Senate Bill 649, and we've got from DLS for information, Georgianne Carter. Is Georgianne here, staff in the Montgomery delegation for House, Senate, and Kevin Lucas as well from DLS, and what's it? Oh, I'm sorry, Calvin Lucas. I apologize. And is Michael Laurie here from Secretary of State Lee's office? If you don't mind, we'll bring him up as well. Senator Elfreth, again, we're on 649 and it's all yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. I think this is my last time before you this session. Really excited to bring you an important bill. It's a bit on the drier side, so please stay with me. Between 2020 and the beginning of the session, I had the privilege of chairing the AELR committee. A number of you have taken a tour of duty on that committee, but for folks who might not know, it is an incredibly important check and balance on the administrative branch when it comes to the regulations they promulgate that more often than not result from legislation passed by the General Assembly. So it's an important way for us to make sure regulations are actually meeting legislative intent. And we have a number of review processes that are laid out in law. Mr. Chair, I'm going to give you 3 examples of instances that occurred during my time as chair. First of all, let me just acknowledge that Senator Mary Washington is the current chair and she worked with me on this legislation. But 3 kind of worst case scenarios that happened during my time as chair that this legislation is seeking to correct for Senator Washington and for senates and legislatures moving forward. So a couple of worst case scenarios. Over the course of the fall, the Division of State Documents transitioned to a new IT system, ELF 2.0, which always gave me a chuckle based on my name. Unfortunately, like a lot of IT projects in the state, and this committee knows it well, it didn't really go off as smoothly as anyone would hope. There are significant challenges, significant delays. As a result, a lot of agencies and departments were sending their regulations directly to our AALR staff without necessarily being published because there was no mechanism to publish those regulations, creating, as you can imagine, a little bit of a chaotic situation, particularly because while we have wonderful AALR staff, they are also, as to the chair's point, staffing other committees and doing other work. So they can't play the role of the Division of State Documents when an IT system goes down. So that was a bit of a mess, to put it lightly. This bill is going to help address that by laying out exactly the process departments need to use to submit regulations moving forward. Okay, worst case scenario number 2. And Mr. Chair, I'm not going to use department names. I'm just going to speak broadly about an incident that 2 incidents that happened on not once but twice. A department, when we sent official communications on behalf of the committee, a hold letter when we were uncomfortable with the regulation, we sent a hold letter to this department via mail. Unfortunately, they claimed they never received the letter and they went ahead and published the regulation. That same department, a year later, when we sent a hold letter on a different regulation, they responded in an email, but didn't copy all of the staff. So we just didn't catch it. And they went ahead and overrode our hold and published the regulation. It's 2023, and those, let's call them innocent mistakes, have the potential to result in real problems and challenges for state government when the executive branch and legislative branch aren't effectively communicating. So this bill lays out exactly how communication needs to happen moving forward between AELR and the executive branch to avoid a kind of dog ate my homework scenario moving forward. Again, these are important regulations, and clear communication, especially in times of disagreement, needs to be laid out in law. Okay, third worst case scenario incident that occurred. I feel like I have a little top 10 list of my time as ALR chair. We had a department, again, I won't name names, submit regulations to ALR and publish those regulations and then change those regulations slightly but significantly and never tell us that those regulations were changed. So we were working off a regulation that was outdated. So there was no notification to the committee. Again, innocent mistake, sure, important policy regulations. So again, this bill seeks to correct all three of those scenarios. And I'm happy to go into detail. Again, the driest of dry law when it comes to regulating our own regulations, but I think critically important so that the legislature can continue to provide that necessary check and balance on the executive branch. And finally, Mr. Chair, I mentioned those hold letters and the executive's ability to override that hold, which is again a check and balance that they possess. This bill would extend that time frame between when they override a hold for that regulation to go into effect from 30 days to 45 days. So just buying a little bit more time. 60 days. I apologize. Thank you, Georgian. 30 days to 60 days. So we can continue working with the executive branch and executing what I think needs to be, a co-equal responsibility in making sure the regulations promulgated are actually reflective of the legislative intent and actually reflective of a good and solid policy. So with that, Mr. Chair, I have our wonderful DLS team here to explain that in further detail, but I respectfully request some needed updates to our regulatory code.
Okay,
Thank
why
you.
don't we go to that crack whip DLS team plus Mr. Laurie from the Secretary of State. Ms. Carter, why don't you, and then we'll open up any questions.
Yeah, my name is Georgianne Carter. As you all know, I work for DLS in the Office of Policy and Analysis. I also, as part of that, I'm co-counsel for the AELR committee. This bill, I'm really here for information only in terms of if you guys have questions on it. But I can go over the provisions of the bill if that's what you wish.
I mean, unless anybody's compelled to, I'm not
Probably
sensing the
not.
moment here that it's gonna a half hour Q&A. Why don't we just, if you're just here for information purposes, okay. And Mr. Lucas, is that the same with you?
Mhm.
It is. Okay, Mr. Laurie, you actually signed up FWA, so I don't know if the Secretary of State has some suggested amendment here.
I'm here to answer questions, but I do think it's important to highlight the problem. And this is Michael Laurie, I'm Deputy Secretary of State. Good to see you all. The problem originates with a do-it vendor. We were working from my first day. I mentioned this at the budget hearing last month. The problem is ELF 2.0 does not have the breadth of all the functionality of ELF 1. The ELF system was supposed to be contracted to be one-for-one functionality replicated, and they did not even consult with AELR. So that is the origination of the problem. I'm afraid the bill as drafted doesn't involve do-it. It's their vendor until we fix the problem with them, which we've been working with them since before my first day. Kelvin actually used to work for Secretary Lee when she was a senator many years ago. So I heard about this. I didn't hear about the legislation until I came across it, but I heard about the problem. So I was focused from my first day to leverage the fact that Do-It has other contracts with this vendor to make them fix this problem, even though the product was delivered. The product was delivered during the regulation freeze. And we were working with them really only because there was other contracts with this vendor. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but I think the solution to this problem is to make sure that the ELF 2.0 system is fixed. It has the functionality it used to have, and we are in support of the provisions. And I'd say we'd even go further. And one provision that wasn't mentioned is that the transparency of the 15 registers, I think we'd even go further than that. I think we'd be happy to provide more of the registers available for public access. Sometimes people want to get archives of that information. We just need to be compensated for that because that comes from a special fund, which was designed when we had 7,000 subscribers. We have less than 200 now. So it doesn't make sense for us to derive funds from a special fund that was designed for 7,000 subscribers when we have under 200. So I'm happy to answer questions.
Okay, Vice Chair Kagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Laurie, just to update Mr. Lucas's career, he actually used to work in this committee.
That is true.
In its old iteration of EHE and did wonderful work for us. And Georgianne Carter, whenever I see that one of my bills gets assigned to you, I'm always, or one of my amendments or whatever, I'm always delighted because you do such great work. How many years have you been with DLS?
Since 2001.
2001, 22 years. So thank you for your service. Thank you for all that. And Mr. Laurie kept referencing Do It. That's the Department of Information Technology. For the sponsor, two things. One is I'm going to disagree with you on this being small and technical. I think this is a big deal because prior to you, I was chair of AELR, the Administrative Executive Legislative Review Committee, and we all work so hard on our bills and both our own bills and the committee's work and the floor's work. And we want to get every comma in the right place. And we analyze everything. And so after we put so much time into it, for regulations to not quite capture it is a big deal. And so having transparency and accountability and a process that makes sense, I think is important. So thank you for the bill. My only question is, Mr. Laurie just referenced, and it was my question, 15 most recent issues. Can you give us and the folks watching from home some idea? Is it, these are weekly, monthly, yearly? How long does 15 most recent issues span?
That might be an excellent question because it's not on ALR side of publishing that. That's on Division of State Document side. So
It's about 6 months. It's about every other week.
I was gonna say bi-weekly.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Okay, we're going to next go to the current chair of AELR, Senator Mary Washington.
Thank you. And yes, thank you. You raised a lot of questions, issues, broad issues, but in terms of just the parts of the bill that address the timeline and, some of the abilities for the turnaround. I don't know if all of our colleagues are aware, but AELR is in session all the time. So it's even while we're in legislative session, this committee, really it's the chairs, are receiving regulations and have to respond and are having votes. And so, but we're all without the typical trappings of a committee that operates during the legislative session. So that's a note. I'm putting that on the record, and probably everybody that it's ever chaired or would agree that we need to address that. But the Maryland Register, is that printed document that has the ship on the front or something? It's like a sailing ship.
That's the Clipper, I think.
Okay, that's the Clipper. So what actually is the Register?
I think about 4 legislators subscribe to it. They actually get free copies. You all can get, I think that's the printed copy. There might be about a dozen that get the electronic ones, but there are about 150 people that get electronic ones across the state. I think 2 public libraries get copies. And there were several years ago where there were about 6 copies provided for free. I think the policy that's not in code is that 3 are now available because that's what's in the pipeline, but that's not codified. So we're happy to move with the 15. I think all the timelines make sense. Our issue is with the reporting provisions. We don't have any leverage over Do It's vendor. Do It needs to be involved in the process. That's the requested amendment we have.
In other words, the ability for us to get a timely reporting of when, like, what reporting are you referring to?
Well,
He's referring to the F.2, 2.0, not the Register publication.
Where is that it's not in the bill?
I think it's a section 2, the bill. But the reporting requirements are great, but that should already happen with the automated system. Our concern is with the reporting requirement as it's written in the bill, we really need Do It involved, and Do It has been involved since we've, told them that this is very urgent. I don't think they understood how important AELR was in this process. They didn't really consult AELR. They lost the person that was concerned about this whole process. He was fired. I don't know what happened to him right before the system went online. No one really approved it, but it went online. There were some concerns about cybersecurity, but I even talked to Chip Stewart about it. There was nothing imminent with cybersecurity that they needed to switch, but apparently the vendor wanted to deliver the product. and it did not have one-for-one functionality. So we're working with them, and I think they are working now in good faith, but this is very urgent.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And Madam Chair, on the more than the last 15 copies, I'm sure we can find maybe a middle ground of where it won't cost too much more money I'm sure they're available in our library. If we can make that public, that availability on our website, that you should be able to reach out to our library and that librarian can get, that might be a nice middle ground here.
Sounds like would talk about this, but I guess I'm wondering about publishing something, 15 recent copies of something that might not really be appropriate. And so maybe we should figure out what's the best way to actually provide online searching, and what's the best way to do this line.
Let me just provide one extra caveat, is that if we were to pass this bill, there are people that just recently contracted, and they're going to feel that they're going to want money back for a contract. So we might want to consider the people that just contracted for the service. They're going to feel that they are not going to get their money's worth, or that this product is now going to be free. So if we do provide this going forward for free, we might want to consider some funds to make them whole. Again, we're only talking about a few dozen people anyway. Yeah.
Okay, any additional questions for any of the panelists? Seeing none, thank you, Senator Elfreth.
Thank you.
We're gonna, that concludes the hearing on Senate Bill 649. And we're gonna next move to Senator Jackson, Senate Bill 741. I think there is Senator Jackson. I'm gonna call up your sponsor panel. Kristen Harbison, Mike Narosi, Ellen Valentino. On Senate Bill 741, Senator, it's all yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, and committee members. For the record, Senator Michael Jackson, representing District 27 on behalf of Senate Bill 741. This bill disallows the prohibition of refrigerants acceptable for use under federal listing requirements, and providing that any appliance that contains the refrigerant meets the federal safety standards and use conditions. The issue this legislation is trying to address is that of new federal requirements to phase out the use of hydrofluorocarbons, which have been proven to be harmful to the environment. This legislation is a direct effort to better and to more efficiently and quickly phase out the use of these chemicals, allowing multiple options to phase out the use of these chemicals, and better coordinating our efforts with federal requirements is a necessity to stop the usage of these chemicals, and this legislation is a simple means to that end. With that, Mr. Chair and members of the committee, we ask for a favorable report, and the panel that I have before you will continue with this testimony, and we will also specify some clarifying amendments that you have before you. So I will pass it on.
Thank you. Thank you and good afternoon. My name is Ellen Valentino. I'm here today representing the Air Conditioning, Heating and Refrigerant Institute in support of this bill. And it's not often that a piece of legislation comes before you where we can have business, the environment, and MDE align more and more on an important matter that really is just aligning Maryland in with federal requirement. As a matter of fact, I was telling the League of Conservation Voters, not that this matters, but this is a first for us to be at the dais over 30 years from now. But anyway, putting that aside, there are amendments in your packet that have been submitted by the sponsor on behalf of MDE that are important to them. And I hope you take consideration of them. Basically, what this says is that MDE could still have the authority to move forward if they wanted to above and beyond the federal regulation. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to my client to go into a little more detail, and I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
So it took the EEE Committee, after 30 years, it took the formation of this committee.
Yeah,
to
it
make
was
this happen,
it's
this special moment, this
Thank you.
historic day.
And the sponsor. And the sponsor,
and a great-
yes.
and a great
Yes,
sponsor.
yeah.
Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Mike Narosi. I'm the Director of Government Affairs for the Air Conditioning, Heating, and Refrigeration Institute. AHRI, as we're commonly referred to, we represent over 330 manufacturers that produce over 90% of the HVAC, refrigeration, and water heating equipment in North America. I want to convey our strong support for Senate Bill 741, sponsored by Senator Jackson. This legislation is critical to prepare Maryland for the EPA's upcoming phase down of hydrofluorocarbon-based refrigerants in favor of more efficient and environmentally friendly substitutes. In accordance with federal law, the EPA will begin a 15-year phase down of HFC refrigerants, starting with a 40% reduction in the nation's supply on July 1, 2024. Our manufacturers have been preparing and are ready to begin using the new lower global warming potential refrigerants in new residential and commercial equipment beginning next year. Many of these new refrigerants are also manufactured here in the United States. In total, the federal transition is estimated to create 33,000 new jobs and shrink U.S. annual greenhouse gas emissions by the equivalent of 2.4 billion metric tons of carbon dioxide. It is a policy issue that is supported both industry groups and environmental NGOs, including our friends at the Natural Resources Defense Council, Sierra Club, and League of Conservation Voters. The challenge is ensuring all 50 state building codes are updated to allow for the use of these new EPA-approved refrigerants, including here in Maryland. The need for this legislation is simply a matter of timing. Most states operate on a 3-year building code adoption cycle, which is mismatched with the EPA's phase down timeline, creating a situation that, if left unresolved, could prevent the sale of new HVAC refrigeration equipment in Maryland as soon as next year. So far, 23 states, including your close neighbors in New York and my home state of Pennsylvania, we passed similar legislation. I'll just thank you again for inviting me to testify and can answer any technical questions that you might have.
Okay, Ms. Harbison.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Kristen Harbison. I'm Political Director for Maryland League of Conservation Voters, and we are delighted to be here in support of SB 741, and we thank Senator Jackson for his leadership on the issue. As you've heard many times this session already, in 2022, the Maryland General Assembly passed the Climate Solutions Now Act, which sets the state on a path towards dramatically reducing our carbon emissions by the year 2031 and achieving net zero emissions by 2045. To reach these ambitious but achievable goals, Maryland must take every opportunity to cut our greenhouse gas emissions, especially from the building sector, which is the second leading cause of the state's climate pollution after transportation. And SB 741 is an important component to reaching these goals. As already described, the national transition away from hydrofluorocarbons will reduce greenhouse gas emissions by the equivalent of 2.4 billion metric tons of carbon dioxide by 2036. This bill ensures that more climate-friendly equipment is allowed and encouraged, and that Maryland is part of the national solution. We urge a favorable report on SB 741. Thank you very much.
Any questions for Senator Jackson or any of the panelists? Senator Hester.
I just had a quick question on the wording of the bill. It says that notwithstanding any other law, regulation, or requirement, the use of a refrigerant may not be prohibited or otherwise limited unless it meets these acceptable definitions. Just like it's a double negative. So why would you not prohibit anything that's acceptable as opposed to prohibiting the unacceptable pieces?
Senator, I think our amendments address that from MDE. So I do have the amendments. I'm sorry they weren't circulated. Basically, it would say this section does not prohibit the Department of Environment from adopting regulations that prohibit the use of refrigerant.
Senator, I may be able to
Yeah,
add to that. So this is a question I get a lot of. I've actually been all around the country this session and testifying in various states. And one question I get is, well, are there municipalities or any other entity that's trying to prohibit these new refrigerants? And it's actually not the case. What is prohibitive is the building code itself. Because, so say in my home state of Pennsylvania, we just adopted the 2018 ICC standards last year. And so these new refrigerants and all the safety standards are listed in the 2024 ICC standards. So this legislation is essentially a bridge to get Maryland to the point where they adopt those regulations or those standards in coming years, while we can still continue to sell equipment with the new refrigerants in it.
Okay, any additional questions? Senator Brooks?
Thanks, Chair. Mr. Narazi, just out of curiosity, I thought, well, I'm going to date myself. I remember before in autos, we used to use a R12, and that was called dichlorofluoride methane, I think it was. Then they did away with that, and now it's R134. And then in the house and refrigerators, they use R22. And now, and I think you can still use R134 in that now too, if you wanted to. So I thought the government, they would do away with the old stuff that we couldn't use and bring on the new stuff that we can.
Well, the reason that they leave the old refrigerants on what's called the EPA SNAP list is to service existing equipment that uses those refrigerants, because the new refrigerants, they can't be used to refill, say, an older system that wasn't designed to work off these. So that's, really what that is there for. In fact, as part of the EPA's phase down, they're holding a strategic reserve of the existing refrigerants, the HFC based ones, to make sure that we can service existing residential and commercial equipment.
Oh, okay.
And
So,
I was just going to add that you mentioned, automobile industry. They are current. 80% of new vehicles being manufactured right now are using these new refrigerants in their AC systems.
okay. All right. So it's not the R134?
There's hundreds of
There is?
hundreds. Yeah.
When I go to the store, I only see one, but okay.
If it's on the list now, it's not going to come off the list.
Oh, okay.
So,
All right, thanks. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, any additional questions for any of the panel? Okay, seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 741. And we're going to next move to Senator Reedy.
Thank you.
Welcome back, Senator Reedy, on Senate Bill 268. And we've got no designated sponsor panelists, but we do have one in-person favorable if you want.
They go after mine, that's fine.
Okay, so do your thing and then we'll take the witnesses in person. There's
Thank
some
you.
virtual and then there's some unfavorable, et cetera. Okay, Senator Reedy, Senate Bill 268.
Thank you, Matt. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, it's great to see you and be here again with you all. I'm here to present Senate Bill 268, and it's a discussion. We've had some in this committee before. Some of you may be new. With amendments, it'll be identical to the bill that Delegate Crosby has in the House as well, working on this together. Senate Bill 268 would signal Maryland's desire to remain on daylight savings time year round. To date, 42 states are entertaining or have passed legislation on this issue, while 2, Arizona and Hawaii, only observe their respective standard times. It's an issue that's gaining a lot of traction at the national level. A bill passed the United States Senate last year to do it. It did not move in the House, but it's been reintroduced. There's been a lot of discussion about how to do it and the compacts that would take to do so, because obviously there is concern about making sure states, one standalone state doing it can be challenging. So we want to do it together. Just for a history lesson, daylight savings time was initially implemented during World War I to save energy, but it stuck around after the war. Americans liked it at the time. It was reintroduced year round during World War II for some of the same energy saving reasons. But with technological advances that we've had, certainly since that time, there is no significant energy savings associated with the time change process. And the popularity of daylight time amongst Americans has made this move, has really created a national movement for doing this. Twice the federal Uniform Time Act, there's been 2 times that the Uniform Time Act has been amended, both extended the daylight savings time. And so there's a number of health issues that are associated with and concerns that people have associated with the moving back and forth of the clock. Children, it's very difficult for children, takes time for them to adjust. They're senior citizens, and also it's an impact on our pets as well. They don't do well with the time change. When there has been also a lot of evidence that has been put out about folks that when you're traveling home from work, having more daylight for your commute in the afternoon and evening hours can be a tremendous benefit from a safety and health standpoint. Several studies even show that many crime incidents are lower during morning hours and peak during late afternoon and evening hours. So increasing springing forward and staying there will give us more daylight hours during the times that people can be more active, especially outside of work. The liberty of being outside after work, enjoying daylight rather than going straight home is beneficial even to our economy. So springing forward and staying there would benefit the state of Maryland, our economy, our roads, and put us in line with where we're moving, I think, nationally. And with that, I would request a favorable report. And again, the amendments make it, Delegate Crosby's bill had some ways that it ties us together with some other states. So with that, Mr. Chairman, the president of this committee, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, I would ask for a favorable report and happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions for the sponsor, Senator Reedy? Senator Reedy, any questions? Okay, thank you, Senator Reedy. We have only one in-person favorable witness, and then we do have some virtual testimony we'll take up next, but Nicole Hanson Mundell, in person. Okay, don't see her here. Okay, we're going to go to some favorables virtual and then a few unfavorables virtual. Okay, so next up, Lisa Van Buskirk. No, I apologize. Let's go to the favorables. Matthew Riebel. I'm sorry, favorable. Then we'll go down. I apologize. You signed up favorable. Mr. Riebel, we do have you in the house here and you've got 2 minutes.
Yes, I am here to testify in favor of Senate Bill 268 to stop the time change and keep Maryland on daylight saving time year round, pending congressional approval. Well, numerous studies in the past have shown lots of harm that is done to Americans' health every year after we spring forward. A 2015 University of Michigan study showed a 25% increase in heart attacks. A 2016 study from Austin Smith showed 5.6% rise in traffic incidents for the whole week, which is probably even higher if you look at that Monday alone. And it results in 30 deaths and $275 million in social costs per year. And Americans sleep on average 40 minutes less on the Sunday of the change than other Sundays, and no sizable effects during the fall change have been detected. And a recent study from the Journal of Clinical Medicine showed that acute myocardial infarction, or AMI, increases 5%. And there's been no evidence lately that with modern technology, changing the clock saves energy. Like Indiana increased energy use after they started daylight saving time. And for those of the Start School Later committee that say that we must go to permanent standard time and permanent daylight saving time, I argue it wouldn't matter, because I think people are going to want to settle with the sun and work and learn at the times they're comfortable with in the long term. Like if we went to permanent standard time, maybe adults would want to start work at 8 and push for high schools to start at 7:30, and Start School Later would be saying, no, we should start at 9. Permanent daylight saving time, it would be like 9. Adults would want to start working, pushing for 8:30. Start School Later would be pushing for 10. So you'd have the same amount of discrepancy either way.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Riebel. I think you submitted some written testimony as well, so we do have that. But
yeah, it's about the same, basically the same thing as what I just said.
Gotcha. Okay, well, thank you. We're going to next go to MJ Sutton, signed up favorable virtually. Are not there. Okay, so now we're going to move to some virtual unfavorables. We're going to start with Lisa Van Buskirk, virtual unfavorables. Ms. Buskirk here. Okay.
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay, you've got 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the Education, Energy, and Environment Committee. I'm Lisa Van Buskirk of Start School Later, Maryland. This is my 4th year testifying before this committee in opposition to permanent daylight savings time, specifically Senate Bill 268. My written comments are longer and include a number of enclosures. What is the difference between permanent daylight savings time versus the status quo or permanent standard time at this time of year? It's the difference between sunrise on the opening day of the Maryland General Assembly being at 8:24 versus 7:24.
That is the difference between if you are showing up for work on the first day of General Assembly of having a dark day to see the State House or a light day. Today's sunrise was at 6:29, 7 days into session, and the sunrise is nearly an hour earlier and the days are lengthening. But under daylight savings time, sunrise would only barely be before 7:30 a.m. Permanent daylight savings time combined with the current 2 early school start times would have an even greater negative impact on adolescent circadian rhythm, safety, health, and academics, and is contrary to the intent of previous state legislation regarding school bell times, including 2014's HB 883, 2016's HB 39, both of which were sponsored by new Lieutenant Governor Aruna Miller and co-sponsored by Senator Simon Ayer. This school year, Anne Arundel County implemented new school hours aligned with expert recommendations. Last month, Howard County's Board of Education approved new start and dismissal times for the school year. This bill would negate both efforts, which is why both the Maryland Association of the Boards of Education and Anne Arundel County Public Schools has repeatedly opposed permanent daylight savings time. In regards to the amendments, Virginia Senate defeated a permanent daylight savings time bill last month. Under daylight savings times, more Maryland students of all ages would walk or wait for buses in the dark. And I encourage you to see my enclosure listing all the school systems with schools which would start before sunrise under permanent daylight savings time. If you want to lock the clock and start switching, then permanent standard time is the recommendation of health and sleep experts. Please vote for an unfavorable report on 268. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the witness? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, Vice Chair Kagan.
Just a quick question for Ms. Van Buskirk. Are you still
Yes,
here?
ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Senator Reedy made the point, and it confirms what I've heard, which is there is a national movement, the number of states plus Congress acting. Can you just give us your reasoning then for why Maryland should stand in a diminishing number of states, and why we should stand not alone necessarily, but among a very small number of states?
So I think Maryland has a history of putting health and safety at the forefront of its education and societal things. And so I believe that the recommendations of health experts is for permanent standard time and not for permanent daylight savings time. And so while Delaware, as our adjacent state, has moved to permanent daylight savings time as part of their legislation, Virginia just defeated a bill. Pennsylvania has considered both evaluations. So I don't think that it is set. When the US Senate passed the bill last year, it was by unanimous consent, which isn't really the same as unanimously voting. As you well know, the difference between the various forms of approving committee legislation. So I do not think that that is set. And we tried in 1974 and were unsuccessful. I would also say that some of the other testimony can go into more detail about the state of other states moving towards permanent daylight savings time and standard time.
Thanks for your testimony.
Okay,
Thank you.
Any additional questions for the witness? Okay, seeing none, we'll next move to James Crabtree, unfavorable. Is Mr. Crabtree, oh, sorry. Well, we have Mr. He is on the list too. Is Mr. Crabtree in the queue? I apologize. Okay, I apologize. Okay, you guys are here in person. I thought you had you down virtual. Okay, Mr. Crabtree and Mr. Garahan. Okay, I had you virtual, but you're both here in person. Sir, we're going to start with you, Mr. Crabtree, and then both of you, and then we'll take some questions. Go on, Mr. Crabtree.
Dear members of the Education, Energy, and the Environment Committee, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testify against Senate Bill 268. I'm James Crabtree, a Maryland resident and a volunteer for Save Standard Time. On the darkest days of the year, the temptation of more time to spend in the sun can be challenging to resist. In 1973, as the United States faced an energy crisis, federal lawmakers were enticed by the promise of brighter evenings and passed the same policy of permanent daylight saving time that Maryland is now considering. Then the first Monday of 1974 came when the sun rose at 8:25 a.m. in Annapolis. Even by February, 7:30 a.m. was still pitch dark. Jet blackness, as one mother described the scene at her daughter's bus stop, engulfed the nation until long after morning commuters had departed for work or school. While standard time was not due to return until October 1975, the failed experiment was ended 1 year early to spare citizens a second consecutive winter of morning misery. Scientists warn that exposure to excess evening sunlight and insufficient morning sunlight chronically worsens health, public safety, and the economy. Similarly, experts advise that humans operate ideally when the center of daylight hours roughly corresponds with civil noon, a phenomenon that only occurs when clocks are set to standard time. Introducing 1 hour of misalignment between solar time and circadian time perpetually deprives sleep, which explains all of the negative trends that are associated with daylight saving time. While all residents of Maryland will suffer from the ramifications of extending daylight saving time through the winter, I often hear this issue discussed in specific contexts of school start times. The academic day at most middle schools and high schools in Maryland already begins before the earliest time of 8:30 a.m. recommended by tens of organizations dedicated to pediatric health, forcing students to battle their own biology to arrive at their morning classes on time. Daylight saving time shifts school start times 1 additional hour earlier relative to the time of sunrise, negating all efforts to give students a healthy amount of morning sunlight before school. As a current high school student, the prospect of first seeing the sun on January mornings halfway through my first class of the day instead of during my drive to school does not particularly appeal to me. No adjustment of time can make winter feel like summer, though extending daylight saving time can make winters far more dismal. I ask anyone who's interested in keeping time honest and healthful to oppose Senate Bill 268, which seeks to redefine midnight as 1 hour before the middle of the night at the expense of quality of life and life itself. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Crabtree. We'll go to the other panelists and then we'll open up questions. And then I apologize, the other two witnesses are unfavorable, but they're both virtual. But sir, tell us your name and then you've got 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Senators. My name is Mike Garahan, and I oppose SB 268. These days I reside on the wrong side of the Potomac, but my activities regularly bring me to Maryland, and your counterparts in Richmond are interested in what you decide. Most people like summer better than winter, and there's nothing wrong with that. However, the 14 hours of daylight we get in summer and the 10 hours we get in winter are facts of nature which we cannot alter. The hour daylight saving adds to summer evenings is subtracted from the mornings. We can afford to do that when daylight is abundant, but not when it is scarce. We tried it in 1974 and found the darker winter mornings unsafe. A few things have changed since then, but the human response to light and darkness has not. Morning light helps us wake up, and evening darkness helps us go to sleep. Daylight saving time moves both of those later on the clock, decreasing the duration and quality of sleep and increasing the likelihood of various mental and physical health problems. The American Academy of Sleep Medicine has led the effort to educate the public about this, and other medical professional societies concur with them, including the American Medical Association. Clock changes are not the only thing. It matters which way we end them. Also, I think midday should be 12 o'clock, don't you? If this committee amended the bill to keep standard time year-round, it could take effect without an act of Congress. It would be good for public health and safety, and I would support it. Otherwise, I respectfully ask this committee not to advance SB 268. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for our 2 panelists? Okay, seeing none, thank you. We're going to go to, again, our final 2 witnesses who signed up unfavorable, both virtual. It's JP here, Mr. P. There you are. Okay, sir, you got 2 minutes. You're signed up unfavorable.
Hello, Honorable Chair, committee members. Thank you very much for having me. My name is JP. Last name is spelled PEA. I'm the president of the nonprofit Save Standard Time. I'm asking for an unfavorable report on Senate Bill 268. My organization agrees that ending clock change would be a good idea, but we warn that permanent daylight time is a false clock, and history and science show that it is worse than the status quo of clock change. We need to end clock change with permanent standard time, which is the real clock defined from the natural world and which is best for health, safety, and education. This is not just our opinion, but the opinion of the American Medical Association, the American Academy of Neurology, the National Safety Council, the American Academy of Sleep Medicine, the National PTA, Bloomberg Editorials Board, writers from Cato, Daily Wire. There really is broad support for permanent standard time in opposition to permanent daylight time. Arizona, Hawaii, and all 5 U.S. territories are on permanent standard time. Mexico recently did away with daylight saving time. Most nations on Earth are on permanent standard time. Recently, Virginia opposed permanent daylight time, and we have permanent standard time bills in Massachusetts, Connecticut, Vermont, Maine, and many other states more than ever before. We have seen a trend of initially states looking at permanent daylight time, but as the years have gone on, they have realized that permanent standard time is the better way. We tried permanent daylight time in the 1970s. It literally killed children and was reverted quickly. It was also unpopular when it was tried in World War II. It would delay the sunrise in Annapolis today to 7:30 to 8:30 in January, past 8 o'clock for 3 months, a quarter of the year. If you were to ask your constituents, do they want to set their alarm clock an hour early, get up and go to work in the dark, in a snowstorm, they're going to say, no, let us sleep. But that's what permanent daylight time would force them to do. So please, for health, safety, education, economy, oppose Senate Bill 268, ask for its amendment to standard time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any questions for the witness? Okay, seeing none, that brings us to our final witness on this bill signed up on favorable. We've got a Rabbi Ariel Sadwin. Rabbi, I'm going to get you in here. Hey, Rabbi, you've got 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Rabbi Ariel Sadwin from Agudath Israel, Maryland, speaking on behalf of the Orthodox Jewish communities across Maryland. Uniquely, my perspective is somewhat different, perhaps, than the previous witnesses in opposition to this legislation. Our organization has been very vocal on this issue nationwide, on this issue in many states, that aside from the concerns that are of mental health and emotional well-being of children and school concerns and safety concerns, we have a unique perspective on this. As every morning in the life of many Jews and all Orthodox Jews, especially the men, is ritual prayer in the morning, putting on the tallis and tefillin and going to synagogue and praying, and the day is not able to start until one does so. And when the morning does not start and it's dark out until far later in the morning than we've ever experienced, it's going to put a delay on the start of the day. Daily travel times to work, to and from work, are going to be modified and altered as a result of this. And this is a serious concern. While it does not impact the larger population of Maryland, it has a major impact on many thousands of households in the Orthodox Jewish communities in Maryland, and therefore we request a unfavorable report on this legislation.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the rabbi? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 268. Thank you. We're going to next move. We have a one witness. It looks like we got Senator Folden with only one witness on this bill, and then we'll go to Senator Kramer after that. Senator Folden, we're on Senate Bill 753, and the only witness is Rebecca Snyder. Is Ms. Snyder here?
She is.
Okay, Ms. Snyder. Yeah, why don't you come up here? You signed up favorable. And Senator Folden, why don't you take the time you need to present 753, and then after these two witnesses, we'll go to Senator Kramer.
I don't know where y'all want me at.
Right, wherever you want.
I'll just do it right here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Vice Chair, esteemed colleagues. I know you've probably never heard this entire session, but this is going to be the simplest and easiest bill that you can support. Hands down. Senate Bill, for the record, my name is Senator William Folden, District 4, Frederick County. SB 753, the Public Information Act for personnel records of elected officials and Joint Ethics Committee records, is a very simple bill. As we are elected by our constituents, we have a responsibility we are responsible for our actions, but we are accountable to our constituency and to each other, because these actions have rippling consequences to those around us. It's important to remember that. This is a really simple bill about transparency and creating public trust. This bill would open personnel files of elected members of the General Assembly for public purview, thereby holding all elected officials accountable by protecting fairness and ensuring the common good through transparency. We always want to talk about transparency. Why not show it? The Maryland did a great job. The General Assembly did a really good job in creating transparency with legislation when we were trying to rebuild public trust in our law enforcement. They opened up the same files to law enforcement and reaffirming public trust. While that's a really great move for our law enforcers, I think it's a critical and very equally important move that we do it for our lawmakers. And with that, I would ask for a favorable report of SB 753, and I'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Snyder, again, you're on the clock, 2 minutes.
Yep. Good afternoon, committee. My name is Rebecca Snyder. I'm the executive director of the Maryland Delaware DC Press Association, and we thank Senator Folden for bringing this bill on expanding transparency. As Senator Folden said, transparency and accountability of our public officials is critical, just as it is for law enforcement officers. And so this bill is probably one of the simplest ones around. It really just offers the investigatory records of misconduct on public officials, and I think appointed public officials as well, elected and appointed, for review under the Public Information Act after the ethics investigation is closed. So there are checks and balances. It's not, sort of open season. It is a considered point of transparency that will build trust in the public system, and we urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for the sponsor, Senator Folden, or the witness, Ms. Snyder?
I told y'all, Mr. Chairman, easiest
Okay.
bill you're gonna have all year.
Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on
Thank you.
on this particular piece of legislation, and we're going to next move. That was Senate Bill 753. We're going to next move to Senator Kramer. And I've got 3 designated sponsor panelists. I'm going to call up. I see Vinnie DeMarco, Jamie DeMarco, and Jose Coronado Flores. Those are your 3 witnesses. And then we do have 1 virtual witness signed up favorable as well. And that's the extent of the testimony. Senator Kramer on Senate Bill 843.
And thank you for that, Mr. Chair, colleagues. I wish I could say this bill was going to be as quick and easy as the one you just heard, but probably not anywhere close. But it is probably one of the very few bills where the sponsor has walked in and said, not only am I not asking for money in a fiscal note, but help me to help you, because when enacted, this bill brings $9 billion with a B dollars to the Maryland General Assembly. So you haven't heard a lot of those bills this session, I guarantee. And colleagues, as early as 1957, scientists employed by the oil company that we now know as ExxonMobil published a paper on the dilution of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere and ocean. Their paper noted that although appreciable amounts of carbon dioxide have undoubtedly been added from soils by tilling of land, which actually reveals an early understanding of carbon sequestration, apparently a much greater amount has resulted from the combustion of fossil fuels. This is 1957. By 1968, the American Petroleum Institute noted that among the possible causes of rising CO2 in the atmosphere, none seems to fit the presently observed situation, as does the fossil fuel emanation theory. The article further indicated warnings, again in 1968, that rising CO2 levels could melt ice caps and increase sea levels. In the year 2015, investigative journalists discovered a treasure trove of internal Exxon documents that revealed that Exxon scientists not only predicted as early as the 1970s the direct impact of burning fossil fuels and the accordant dangers of global heating, but their predictions have proven to be perfectly accurate. It was revealed that Exxon scientists predicted an upward curve of global temperatures and carbon dioxide emissions that uncannily matched what has actually occurred. That was in the 1970s. Meanwhile, with the understanding and knowledge of the destruction the use of their products were causing and would continue to cause, many of the world's major oil companies including Exxon, Mobil, Shell, among others, joined a multi-million-dollar effort to deny climate change and that their products had little or nothing to do with rising global temperatures. It also appears that with that knowledge they were denying, behind the scenes, they were getting busy raising their own offshore platforms to protect against rising seas, protecting their pipelines from increasing coastal erosion, and elevating their pipelines and road accesses to their projects to protect against the changing climate and the destruction in an effort to safeguard their own assets. The fossil fuel industry, through their efforts to conceal, deny, and mislead, delayed efforts to seek alternative energy products, to continue selling their products, and to continue generating billions and billions of yearly profits. As a consequence of the fossil fuel industry's actions, we, that's all of us, are all paying the price for their lies, deceit, and greed. We are paying. Our children and our grandchildren and generations to come will be paying to mitigate sea level rise, to pay the costs of hundreds of thousands of acres succumbing to wildfires every year, to pay the cost of crop destruction because of changing weather patterns, to pay the cost of more volatile hurricane, tornado seasons, and flooding and mudslides. We are paying the cost of fossil fuel generated air pollution, which has resulted in greater adverse health impacts from heart and lung disease to asthma, particularly among our children. Our most vulnerable communities have been disproportionately impacted by the burning of fossil fuels. But the very people that have profited to the tune of trillions of dollars and knowingly created the disaster that now threatens the entire globe is paying nothing to fix their destruction. Just like the cartel drug lords, the fossil fuel industry generated more and more demand for their products, working to ensure that the auto industry stayed focused on the combustion engine, ensuring that alternative energy sources to light and heat our homes remained obscure and too costly. It is time for the fossil fuel industry to start sharing in the cost of the destruction they knowingly caused. It is time for the fossil fuel industry to use a small portion of their billions of dollars in yearly profits to build the seawalls and raise the roadbeds to protect against flooding. It is time for the fossil fuel industry to use a portion of their profits to share in the cost of mitigating the acute and chronic health problems that their destructive products have caused and continue to cause. Just like the tobacco industry, the fossil fuel cartel opposes this bill with specious claims that they only produce a legal product and that after that, it's the user's fault. Just like the tobacco industry, the fossil fuel cartel has known for decades that the use of their products are addictive and destructive, and they have made weaning ourselves off of their products as difficult as possible. Colleagues, if you're a climate change denier, this bill is not for you, because this bill is all about the reality that climate change has arrived and that it is an existential threat to our planet. This bill is about the fact that we must respond now and wean ourselves off of fossil fuels and mitigate the destruction of fossil fuel use. Most importantly, this bill is about holding those who created the threat to our very existence accountable and liable for sharing, just sharing in the costs that all of us are paying, that your constituents are paying in an effort to protect ourselves and our future generations. So what does the bill do? The bill establishes a fund into which an entity will contribute if during the period of time between the year 2000 and 2018, the entity engaged in the business of extracting fossil fuels or refining crude oil, and secondly, is determined to be responsible for more than 1 billion tons of greenhouse gas emissions. So what we are talking about here is the largest of the major fossil fuel industries that have cumulative earnings in trillions of dollars. They will be contributing to the fund. The responsible fossil fuel entity will contribute its proportionate share of the greenhouse gas emissions that they emitted. The total fund, as I mentioned at the start, is $9 billion. That is proportionate to Maryland's damages looking across the entire nation. The fund is dedicated to paying the costs of mitigation infrastructure projects, including construction of seawalls, upgrading stormwater and sewer systems, elevating vulnerable roadways and other transit systems. It will also contribute to offsetting some of the significant costs of the human health harms from fossil fuel pollution, and will include funds, you'll appreciate this, Mr. Chair, to be distributed to the Maryland Health Benefit Exchange to help accomplish that goal. Colleagues, as previously stated, you are paying these costs, and so are your constituents and your children. With passage of the bill, the fossil fuel industry, which knowingly created the crisis that we are paying for, and they profited hugely from, will finally start sharing, emphasis on just sharing in paying the costs. And with that, colleagues, thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Senator Kramer. Why don't we go to the three panelists, then we'll take questions. Jamie, Mr. DeMarco, why don't you speak? Jamie DeMarco, why don't you start? Everybody gets 2 minutes each.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Jamie DeMarco. I am the Maryland Director at the Chesapeake Climate Action Network. We urge a favorable report. Maryland has a choice about who is going to pay the cost of the climate crisis that is already locked in to some extent. Right now, if no action is taken, Marylanders and taxpayers are going to pay those costs. It's happening now. Annapolis filed favorable testimony because they are currently spending $50 million to renovate their dock because of chronic inundation from higher sea levels. It's happening now. That's just the tip of the iceberg. There are public schools that never needed air conditioning before that need it now because of hotter years. A study found that cost alone of air conditioning is going to cost Maryland $776 million in the coming years, in just the next few years. And that is dwarfed to the more than $20 billion that Maryland is going to face in sea level rise costs between now and 2040. We need a plan to make sure that the fossil fuel companies, who, by the way, Exxon made $50 billion in profit. That's profit in just one company alone last year. To make sure that these companies that, as the senator said, knew and lied about the climate crisis are paying these costs and not Marylanders. Only the most wealthy and largest fossil fuel companies would pay this cost and would still have to compete in the marketplace with smaller distributors who don't pay the cost. Therefore, they couldn't pass this cost along to consumers without making their product uneconomical. This is based on the Superfund model, which for half a century has made polluters clean up their mess without passing the cost along to consumers. We think this is good, effective policy, and we urge a favorable report. Thank you very much.
Okay, the other Mr. DeMarco, then we'll end up with Mr. Flores.
Thank you. You went to the smart one first. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity. The Maryland Citizens Health Initiative thanks Senator Kramer for this legislation and for allocating 20% of the money for healthcare. Mr. Chairman, you know as well or better than anyone else in this General Assembly how much Maryland has done over the last few years to expand healthcare coverage. Under your leadership, we have become the 5th best state in the nation. We have reduced our uninsured rate from 13% to 6% by fully implementing the Affordable Care Act. But we still have hundreds of thousands of people uninsured. We want to go from 6% uninsured, 0% uninsured. And the only way to do that is with a substantial dedicated revenue source. And this can be that. So we urge you to pass this. And on a personal note, as you know, Mr. Chairman, a few years ago, I was chair of the board of the Clean Energy Jobs Initiative. And you passed that in 2019, which laid the groundwork for this. So for both our climate and healthcare, we urge you to pass this legislation. And thank you so much, Senator Kramer, for putting it in. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Flores, you got 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and Committee. My name is Jose Coronado Flores, Climate Research and Policy Analyst with CASA, the largest immigrant service and advocacy organization in Maryland. We're here in support of this bill today because we are anticipating very serious health risks for the immigrant community related to climate change, as well as the serious need for climate resilient infrastructure in a lot of the communities where our members live. The most at-risk individuals for climate change in terms of health are outdoor workers, sensitive populations, and people who live in flood-prone areas. Many CASA members are construction workers, day laborers, gardeners, and other subcontractors who work outside. Regretfully, they are also amongst Maryland's uninsured. As temperatures rise and more brutal summers come, the risk of extreme heat-related illness rises. And this bill directly addresses the need for healthcare among some of our members. Lastly, our members, as mentioned before, live in flood-prone areas. Take Rock Creek Wood Apartments in Rockville, for example. This complex had a fatality last year and 150 people were displaced due to severe sudden flooding. And this type of flooding and this type of weather will only continue and get more intense. With all these things said, CASA urges a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for any of the panelists or Senator Kramer, the sponsor? We've got Senator Brooks and then Senator Watson.
Thanks, Chair. Mr. DeMarco, Jamie. Yeah, you were saying that these costs would not be passed on to the customers. How do you validate that? Yeah.
Thank you. And for the question, Senator. This is modeled on the Superfund model, which has proven for half a century that you can make a large corporation pay into a fee to clean up its mess without passing it along to consumers. And the key is to not impose the cost industry-wide. If you put the cost on everyone who makes a product, they pass it along. But if you take a very small section, just the biggest companies, and make them pay, they still have to compete in a competitive marketplace. So if Saudi Aramco, who has to pay this fee, tax it onto their price, no one is going to buy their oil because they're still competing with a small distributor who is paying the global market rate without passing along the cost.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, Senator Watson.
Interesting. So, to the panelists here, you make some real broad assertions, and I understand if you want to rob a bank, you go where the money is. But look, many things contribute to the environment, the deforestation. Heck, if you want to get to the smallest detail, you can say a Boy Scout troop that had a campfire added something to it. But you're going back retroactively, and then you're bringing that forward. I don't even know if that's legal or not, number one. But, to me, it doesn't make sense. And I'm more concerned about the unintended consequences. So you're talking about going after them because they can afford it. But what about the shareholders, the moms and pops who have stock in these companies? We've seen big businesses go down and people's 401ks get totally eviscerated. What do you think the impact of that is? You think they can afford to pay, but it still goes back to the regular folks like us. And so I'd like you to address those two pieces. Who ultimately pays, and going backwards in time, trying to make these folks pay for something that is legal.
Thank you very much for the question, Senator. First, on the stock issue, for more than a decade, there's been an effort to divest from fossil fuel companies for this very reason. And I believe some $20 trillion globally have been divested from fossil fuel companies, making the argument, as we've been making for 10 years, that these fossil fuel companies have stranded assets and unpaid debts that one day will have to be paid. So anyone who is still invested in these fossil fuel companies has made the choice to stay there. When we've given folks the opportunity and asked folks to divest. On the point of, the past action and bringing it forward, I would say that this is the model of the super fund. If a company spills something toxic in a location, they are required to clean it up. It's not about their future behavior, it's about their past behavior. As the senator said, they knew this. Exxon knew the signs of climate change. They raised the decks on their offshore drilling operations to accommodate for sea level rise, and then turn around and spend millions of dollars lying to the masses about the climate crisis. And we believe it is very fair to make them pay for the contribution to the climate crisis.
And if I may add to the issue of the profits and the dividends that are paid, as you just heard, ExxonMobil alone had profits of $50 billion last year alone. This bill is about $9 billion between all of the major oil and fossil fuel industry companies that are going to contribute to the fund, and spread out over those companies, and the ability under the bill to make the payment over 10 years. It is very unlikely that the impact on dividends will be significant, but then it also comes down to a policy decision. If there is some effect on those dividends, is it appropriate for those who have chosen to invest in this industry continue to profit while the rest of us, the thousands that are not invested in it, are paying the cost? Because the fact of the matter is, it's being paid, and it will somebody's going to be paying to build seawalls in Ocean City and seawalls at Crisfield, and that's going to be us. So it becomes a policy decision as to where is it most appropriate to place that responsibility, and should they have a share? This isn't about, we know they're not going to be paying the entirety, but should they share in the lift? That's the issue.
I wouldn't even be asking these questions if it was prospective, but, gentleman made a comment, people have chosen what to invest in. I find that almost laughable because, how many people in this room have gone and looked at their mutual funds and know exactly where each and every dollar is going, and ensure that they told their mutual fund, organizer, divest me of anything related to Exxon, Mobil, and those types of things. That doesn't even make sense to me. And I think there's going to be some unintended consequences. If you try to go back and then push this thing forward, it's going to be a huge fallout. And what's today's date? March 7th. I want you to remember I said that, because I think it's going to be inherently unfair. And yes, they're still doing the same thing right now, and they're doing it at the behest of our government. So, I don't see what you're trying to accomplish, except unless it's moving forward as we try to, clean everything up, switch over to clean energy. But if you start putting this pressure on what is arguably the biggest game in town right now, I just think there are going to be all kinds of unintended consequences. So that's all I got to say.
Okay, any additional questions for sponsor or for the panel? Okay, seeing none, we do have one virtual witness signed up favorable. We've got Isla Shorenstein. You've got 2 minutes and you're signed up favorable, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the Senator for sponsoring this important bill. My name is Isla Shorenstein, and I am with the Center for Climate Integrity. And our organization supports this bill because we are not all equally to blame for the climate emergency that we find ourselves in. In reality, a relatively small number of corporations are responsible for the vast majority of the pollution that has fueled climate change for decades. Studies have found that about 2/3 of all carbon pollution emitted since the 1700s can be traced to just 90 individual companies. Companies like Exxon, Shell, BP, Chevron, you name it. Maryland taxpayers, as Jamie said, are now facing these staggering costs to respond to a worsening climate crisis, both in terms of reactive measures like disaster recovery and proactive measures like adaptation and resilience needed to defend and protect communities from both present and future harms. For example, our organization estimates that by 2040, it will cost the state of Maryland $28 billion to protect all of its developed tidal coastline from routine flooding and rising seas. The damages and associated costs of climate change fall hardest and disproportionately on frontline communities that have been historically underserved due to systemic racism and economic inequality. These communities are given even fewer resources to prepare for and recover from heat waves, poor air quality, flooding, and other climate harms. Exxon and Chevron, like the senator said, made their highest ever profits in 2022, with Shell and BP nearly doubling their 2021 earnings. Instead of speeding the transition to renewables, these and other major fossil fuel companies are using their record profits to enrich shareholders, double down on fossil fuels, and scale back their pledges to reduce carbon pollution. This bill should be viewed as a simple matter of fairness. The people of Maryland should not be stuck holding the entire bill for climate change while these corporations continue to pollute, profit, and knowingly fuel the problem. So we respectfully urge the committee to issue a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the witness? Seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 843, and we're going to next move to Senator Hester. The final three bills for today are all Senator Hester bills. And we're going to start with Senate Bill 781 and with offshore wind. And Senator, I'm going to bring up, you've got two separate panels. Your first panel is our Office of People's Counsel, David Lapp, as well as Evan Vaughn is the other member of the first sponsor panel. And so we're going to start with that, Senator, on Senate Bill 781. Again, Senate Bill 781, Senator Hester. And so you've got the time you need.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I would just ask that one of my folks on the panel, Rob Gargiola, is upstairs. So if he can just come on in when he comes down, that would be fabulous.
That's fine. And you also, again, there's a second sponsor panel, but yes, that's fine. Okay, so again, we're on Senate Bill 781.
Thank you, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee. For the record, Senator Katie Fry Hester of District 9, here to ask for your favorable report on Senate Bill 781, the Promoting Offshore Wind Energy Resources, or the POWER Act. As this committee is well aware, we've set ambitious goals through the passage of Climate Solutions Now and the Clean Energy Jobs Act. Specifically, these bills set a renewable energy goal of 50% by the year 2030. Now, in order to implement these goals, we must prioritize the rapid deployment of generation and transmission technologies. So this bill sets a goal of 8.5 gigawatts of offshore wind because it's necessary to meet our renewable energy goal. So there's three reasons which I want to lay out for this committee about why this is so important right now. First of all, the Federal Bureau of Ocean Management is opening up areas for leases up and down the coast. Now, we have very little control, colleagues, about who actually leases these lands. However, by signaling that we will buy the energy generated, this bill will enable Maryland to determine how those lands are developed. The question is, do we want New Jersey or Virginia or Delaware to do this investment right off the coast? Or do we want to say, yes, it's time for Maryland to lead again in this area? The second reason it's important to do this now is that several studies have shown substantial cost savings by planning the necessary transmission and distribution lines in advance. Think about the comparison of several long extension cords going all the way. We need that wind energy now. Think about the analogy of several long extension cords running out to pick up the electricity versus one long extension cord and a power strip to which all the wind energy can hook into. It's much more efficient to have that power strip out there. It's much better than the 8 parallel extension cords. And we can save millions, if not billions of dollars over time by doing this planning now. Third, and this is the part that I really like, this will create highly skilled, highly paid jobs for on-site workers. Both US Wind and Ørsted have invested $115 million in manufacturing facilities and port upgrades in and around Sparrows Point, and they've committed at least $1.5 billion of future in-state expenditures. This includes $40 million for additional port infrastructure, $76 million for steel fabrication, $150 million for monopile foundation manufacturing, and $140 million for subsea cable manufacturing. So I want to underscore this point. The investment that we've already made, colleagues, has yielded 7,000 high-skilled, high-paying jobs. If we quadruple our goal, we likely will quadruple those jobs that we've created. So with this sense of urgency, let us turn to what Senate Bill 781 will do. Will actually do to build more offshore wind power in the state. So first, as I mentioned originally, this bill sets a goal of 8.5 gigawatts of offshore wind. Many of our neighboring states, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, Virginia, North Carolina, they've already established aggressive goals. The Biden administration has set a goal of 30 additional gigawatts of domestic offshore wind by 2030. These goals help signal to the market and our regulators that our state is eager to develop this industry. Second, this bill initiates a state process to coordinate the transmission infrastructure. Although Maryland is transitioning towards clean energy, our offshore wind projects do face a significant barrier in connecting to our grid. Until now, transmission has been handled on a project-by-project basis. This increases the cost and decreases the efficiency. So SB 781 directs the PSC to manage a competitive transmission procurement process that establishes a coordinated network, therefore resolving the issue of interconnection and building resiliency and reliability. Finally, this bill invests the full build out of existing lease areas. Our existing wind lease areas have space for roughly 700 to 800 additional megawatts each. And so this legislation enables direct purchasing contracts by the state, which would allow additional projects to be constructed without cost or risk accruing to ratepayers. Let me say that again. The additional projects will be constructed without cost or risk accruing to the ratepayers. In closing, colleagues, the Power Act sets Maryland up to be a competitive leader in offshore wind, creates good union jobs, lowers energy costs, and helps Maryland meet its climate targets. While this bill has a number of moving parts, we have requested amendments that address most of the concerns from our partners, our utility partners, and other stakeholders. And for these reasons, I respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 781.
Okay, why don't we, we'll go through the panel, the sponsor panel one, and then we'll take questions and see where we are. So Mr. Lapp, why don't you lead off, or if you, unless you have a sequence, do you have a sequence you've already desired? Okay, why don't you lead off, Mr. Lapp, and then we'll go down and end up with Mr. Giergio.
Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan. Thanks for the opportunity to be here. David Lapp for the Office of People's Counsel. We're enthusiastic supporters of SB 781 because of the important benefits it can bring utility customers. The first area is with transmission planning. Utility customers don't benefit when significant investment decisions are made on a case-by-case, asset-by-asset basis. Utility investments are long-term. Most are paid off over 30 or more years. And when no one is considering the big picture of what we want the system to look like 10, 20, 30 years down the road, it means that there'll be inefficient decisions, misplaced cost allocations, and ultimately overspending that costs customers money. Time is of essence for this bill for several reasons. One is the Department of Interior leasing that the senator just mentioned. A second reason why it's urgent is because transmission building takes a long time. The third reason is there are federal funding opportunities that we need to take advantage of now. And the fourth reason is that in the recent procurement of wind that the PSC approved in the fall, there's a provision there that says that if customer savings can result from a more comprehensive transmission planning, that from that procurement, the cost of that procurement will go down. We asked for that provision and the developers agreed to it, and it's in there, and this bill can make that happen. Finally, with transmission planning, there's an off ramp. So customers customers are protected by that off ramp. I know I'm about out of time. I want to make sure that the procurement is very important as well, because it allows the risk not to be covered by ratepayers, but instead by the state if there is a risk. And again, there's an off ramp there too. Thank you very much. We ask for a favorable report.
Okay, we'll go to Senator Garagiola, and then we'll go back to the middle. Do you want to go next?
Yes, please. All right, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Rob Garagiola with Compass Advocacy on behalf of Merrick Action. Applaud Senator Hester and the chair and Senator Brooks for sponsoring this very important legislation. I think the first question, why now? And you heard some of that. I mean, we have these new lease areas that came about just last year. We also have the Inflation Reduction Act. So there are billions of dollars that we're able to take advantage of. We've already laid a foundation in the state of Maryland. In 2013 and in 2019, we were at the forefront of offshore wind development, and we're on the cusp of seeing pilings going into the ground and into the ocean very soon. It's very exciting, but we also risk falling behind because many other states now are jumping into this as well. New Jersey, Virginia, up and down the East Coast. And as Senator Hester mentioned earlier, 1.5 billion in investment from the prior two acts that this General Assembly advanced in 2013 and 2019. 12,000 jobs, 3,000 of them permanent jobs. If we want to continue that level of investment, if we want to not have a break in those jobs, if we want to be essentially like the East Coast hub for offshore wind development from a manufacturing and job perspective, this legislation is critical. The 8.5 gigawatt goal, that is a fabulous goal. Do you realize that that is essentially 4 times the energy output of the 2 reactors at Calvert Cliffs? Enough to power about 2 million homes in Maryland. Nearly every Marylander will be able to get electricity from this. We have 2 gigawatts roughly that are planned for already. This bill calls for getting that next round that you heard from the Office of People's Counsel will not be ratepayer impacted. Very positive aspect of the bill. And finally, what I would say, which I think the analogy that Senator Hester used regarding transmission and the socializing of it, it really is like that power strip. One transmission, that socialized potentially over many states coming in, whether it's in Maryland or Delaware, somewhere, in the vicinity versus, potentially 8 different transmission, related facilities coming in from different power generations. So with that, would urge a favorable report for Senate Bill 781, and we'll turn it over to Evan Vaughn with Merrick Action.
Okay, Mr. Vaughn.
Thank you, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and Senator Hester, members of the committee. My name is Evan Vaughn. I'm Deputy Director of the Mid-Atlantic Renewable Energy Coalition. I'm also a Maryland resident. I'm really proud to be here today and endorse this bill. We do hope to see it pass. I want to thank Senator Hester for proposing this framework that will attract global offshore wind businesses and supply chain factories to the state of Maryland. Expanding offshore wind, as Rob and Senator Hester alluded to 8.5 gigawatts will not just represent enough power to supply all the homes in Maryland, but it will also dramatically expand upon the already made commitments to 7,000 jobs and $3.5 billion in private investment coming into the state of Maryland. I want to spend a little bit of time talking about transmission. The transmission aspect is critical here. This is the responsible and prudent framework necessary for Maryland to take an active role in the future of its electricity grid. Without this legislation, it is not an exaggeration to say that this transmission planning will not happen given the other mechanisms that are out there to do it. This is a FERC-approved mechanism. It's been established and proven in New Jersey, and it's something that can work well here in Maryland as well. The consumer savings, as Senator Hester alluded to, are significant. In New Jersey, the transmission proposal that was ultimately selected by New Jersey's equivalent of the Public Service Commission ended up saving consumers an estimated $900 million compared to the status quo of plugging in individual wind projects on an ad hoc basis. And then finally, I do want to underscore again the urgency. Transmission projects can take up to 10 years to plan, permit, and construct. We need to do this bill this year in order to make sure that these projects are in place to meet Climate Solutions Now and CEJA targets. Furthermore, the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management is making decisions today that are going to impact the final scope of offshore wind leasing in the Central Atlantic. This may be the last bite at the apple that the state of Maryland ever has to secure your place in this, in the sandbox for offshore wind in the Atlantic. So thank you, and I encourage a favorable report. Happy to
Okay.
take questions.
Any questions for the sponsor, Senator Elfrith, or the panel? Senator Carozza.
Senator Hester's the sponsor? Okay. I just wanted to, I think, let me give a little background and then you all can decide who's going to respond. Just as way of background, as the senator who represents Ocean City, I just want to point out that, you know, the mayor of Ocean City and the town of Ocean City is on record in supporting clean energy and jobs for this industry. However, since 2017, the town of Ocean City has been consistent on record in opposing industrial scale offshore wind development within view of our shoreline. Again, this goes back to 2017, and we have been trying to work on this issue where other states have been successful in moving out their offshore wind turbines further out. We in Maryland are at a disadvantage that they're closer in. And anyone who knows anything about tourism, which I know a little bit about this, my mom used to be the executive director of the Hotel Motel Restaurant Association in Ocean City, knows that when you do your advertising, you can see it right now, you know, come to Virginia Beach and enjoy our pristine views. That's the way it works on these beach towns. I also, just as way of background, want to point out that when this was originally proposed, we were talking 300 feet turbines, and now they're, you know, close to 1,000 feet. So now today's discussion is focused on transmission, and very concerned about, you know, adding massive high voltage power lines and dangerous cable landfalls to our town in Ocean City. And as way and to let you know why we're concerned, you know, all we have to look at is Block Island project, where their underground high voltage electric cables were installed so poorly that in less than a year, they were exposed to the beach. This resulted in beach closure, power outages, shutting down production from the offshore wind turbines, and cable repairs that took over 5 years, and it cost Rhode Island utility customers $31 million. So when we get into saying that this is not going to cost the ratepayers and this is not going to cost the taxpayers, well, who's paying for this?
If I can address that, Senator, and I certainly understand where your concerns are coming from and recognize how important tourism is for Ocean City. Love going there myself. What I would say about this bill is, and it was referenced in my earlier comments about the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. These new lease areas are I think, if I'm not mistaken, like 19 to 77 miles out. So in other words, where we're going with this particular bill, and I mentioned there are two other bills that were enacted in 2013 and 19 that I think are going to the core of the issues that Ocean City has been facing, and I totally understand that. But this legislation is essentially further out into the ocean as far as what we're looking at for future generation. And then with respect to the transmission, if we don't pass this bill, the risk to Ocean City, and it potentially can be the beaches of Delaware as well, truthfully, for these lease areas, is you can have like 8 cords essentially, or 9 or 10, or depending on how many development projects there are. Each individual development project would be a separate line essentially that's hooking into the system somewhere. What this bill would do is much like I think it's a brilliant analogy, the power strip analogy. Those lines would hook in underwater somewhere, and you'd have kind of one transmission line that would not only have Maryland having a voice in that, but would socialize those costs potentially among multiple states. Because right now we're a net energy importer, where we're importing probably 30 to 35, maybe close to 40%, depending on the year of our energy. Other states are going to potentially benefit from this as well, this electricity. And so they may socialize some of those costs where some of our neighboring states may be contributing from the cost perspective. But if we don't pass this, the risk is far worse for Ocean City and other coastal towns with respect to how many lines might come in. This will centralize. And I think it's a better scenario from Ocean City's perspective, what this legislation, this particular bill is seeking to do. I understand the issues with prior legislation that was enacted, certainly.
Absolutely.
I understand if you're making the point, you think it's better for Ocean City, but I assure you that my mayor and town council and the residents are not seeing it that way. And it still comes back to the cost. I'm trying to, it's an 18-page bill, and I'm going through the fiscal note and I'm trying to determine the cost, who pays for this. If, you're saying it's not the ratepayers, does that mean it's then the taxpayers?
So in the prior two iterations of this legislation in 2013 and 2019, the cost is borne by the ratepayers through the RPS essentially. And that's what the existing laws do. This sets a goal of 8.5 gigawatts, 8,500 megawatts, 4 times what we're producing at Calvert Cliffs. About 2 of those gigawatts are already as a result of the 2013 and 2019 legislation. So we're talking about 6.5 gigawatts essentially of new power. On the power side of it, this bill looks at just 1 gigawatt of how do we get there? And it leaves open the question for subsequent legislation. How do we deal with getting us, so we'll have 3 then with this additional one. How do we get the last 5.5? And that's going to be a future session, maybe next year, maybe the year after, I'm not sure. But that's going to be a question for how do we get to that goal? It's a setting a goal, but it's not getting into how we get there. For the 1 gigawatt, it's through a procurement process through DGS, which is very different than the existing OREC process that is on the ratepayers. This is the first time, frankly, I've seen the OPC, in all due respect, and I love the Office of People's Counsel and what their mission is and what they're doing, where they're coming in saying enthusiastically, this is a great bill. We should be doing this. And they're the watchdog for the ratepayer. This bill, doesn't go at it from that same perspective that we've done in the prior 2 bills that I think have led to a lot of the issues that Ocean City and your constituents are facing. And then finally, I'll just add on the transmission side of it, that, yes, there might be some impact that Marylanders will bear for some of that transmission, but it also will be socialized among multiple states. And then I believe it was Evan who said this. In New Jersey, they went through a similar process that we're seeking to do in this bill. Had they not done that process, so if we don't pass this bill, it will likely mean ratepayers will pay $900 million more, or at least that's the experience New Jersey would have had. Because again, the cost to do single lines, 8 or 7 of them, which I think from an aesthetic perspective will be far worse, that's more costly from a ratepayer perspective. So this actually will save dollars from a ratepayer perspective as well.
But as a follow-up, what I'm hearing is not the ratepayers, the taxpayers, and it's still the concerns that we've had in the problems in other states in putting this in place. I mean, when you talk about beach closures, power outages, shutting down production, cable repairs, and then you're getting into cost of, again, in the one example is the $31 million. I mean, so the part of this discussion has to be the impact on taxpayers, and also to factor in what's happened with the failures in other states and the cost to those failures.
Okay, I mean, is that directed to anybody in particular, or is that just some commentary? Okay, if you want to take a shot, but we don't have to keep going back and forth, but Mr. Lapp, you want to attempt to address that question from?
Sure. I mean, these are on the transmission side, what we have here are what economists say are economies of scale. So when you do little projects, it costs more than if you plan ahead and do a bigger project. Right now, it's little projects at a time. And ultimately, utility customers are paying much more as a result of that. On the generation side, this is a small procurement from DGS. It's I think it's up to 1,000 megawatts, up to 1 megawatt. And all this is talking about is there's possibly no cost implications for taxpayers. It depends on what the market does. And that's the same as the previous procurements using OREX. It really, the outcome depends on what happens in the market. So it's projections about what's going to happen in the PJM market. And the only difference here is that instead of ratepayers bearing all the risk of what happens in the market, it's taxpayers. And we need to move in that direction where state policy is not being implemented exclusively through utility rates, which is a much more regressive way of moving state policy forward. It's much better to do it through taxes.
Okay. Okay, we're going to go to Senator Augustine next. Okay.
Thank you, Chair Feldman. And of course, Mr. Lapp, you know, I agree with you on that, as you well know. But I do wonder from you all, so like how much New Jersey is like is sort of like a model, right? Is that true? The New Jersey transmission?
The New Jersey has implemented one of the approaches that would be possible through this bill. Yes.
All right. And how much does it cost them?
Good. Yeah. Thank you for the question, Senator. So the total cost of the New Jersey proposal, which again would interconnect somewhere in the neighborhood of 6 gigawatts of offshore wind, so it's comparable. The cost projected there is about $1.1 billion. That cost represents again a $900 million savings over what the cost could be had they not done it proactively. And that cost, I don't think, takes into account the potential consumer savings resulting from decreased congestion on the power grid, the increased reliability because you're investing in the wires that keep our lights on, frankly. And it enables the state to capture significant economic development benefits. So, we consistently as a society have to spend money on transmission upgrades. And so what this bill does is it spends that money in the smartest and most cost-effective way possible. I will also note that in contrast to traditional methods of developing transmission infrastructure, this method would subject the transmission projects to a competitive procurement process. So you're able to solicit creative ideas out there for how to do this at the lowest possible cost to consumers.
Okay. And I get that part. But I do wonder, like, what is the trigger though? I mean, do you know what I'm saying? I'll tell you. Let me explain.
Sure.
So we don't have any offshore wind yet, right? We just don't. So what is the trigger for when we move on transmission lines when we don't yet have offshore wind?
So the best way I can think to express that is we know that the state has ambitious clean energy targets that will come in the 2030s and 2040s. Offshore wind projects take a long time to permit and develop and construct, as do the transmission lines. And so what this bill contemplates is a process initiating an analysis where the PSC would partner with PJM, the grid operator, to make sure that Maryland's future goals are included in the transmission planning process. Otherwise, what the alternative is, when these projects come time to interconnect directly on an individual project basis, then they have to feed into the process and they're considered on an individualized basis. And so it could create actually further delays to do it sequentially like that, as opposed to all together. So this process does have an out for the transmission planning. The PSC can opt to walk away if they don't like the proposals that come back. Essentially what this bill does, there is a small cost associated with PSC staff and consultants, but this makes sure that Maryland doesn't get caught flat-footed several years down the road when you need these power lines. So we think it's a responsible way to approach this, but I appreciate your question.
Okay, yeah, I'm just, so, and I appreciate that. And so you talked about the off-ramp being if the other does not, if it doesn't develop in the way that we want or expect, and we don't need this capacity, there is an off-ramp.
That's correct. There's an off ramp, and that's something that we considered consider as very critical to this bill, so that we're not like 2 years from now building something that is not going to be used. So that it's critical. And both sides of the bill, the DGS procurement as well as the transmission side, both have off ramps essentially.
That's great. And I really do appreciate that. On the DGS purchase side, which I think is awesome, I really am very excited about that because it does move away from the regressive taxes that we have on ratepayers in the way that we currently do it. But with that being said, have you all, because there was some discussion before about the potential impact on like bond ratings and things like that with tied in with those long-term contracts for DJS. Have you all heard anything about that or contemplated anything around those lines?
I can tell you that we looked into that. I don't know all the details off the top of my head, but that was a consideration. Again, this is a procurement that is fairly small, and so this is as I see it, it's an effort to see if this other model of advancing state policy where it doesn't expose ratepayers to all the risk can work. And so again, DGS, it ultimately, maybe it won't, hopefully it will, but we think it's a great, we applaud the senator for bringing this forward as a creative way to implement state policy, not on the backs of utility customers.
I would just finalize by saying I do too. And the reality is that DGS does already have long-term contracts in place for energy. And so it's not like they're not already doing it.
Absolutely.
And so I just think it's important that people are aware of that as well. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go back to the Center for Motion City, Senator Carrozza.
Thank you, and I appreciate the time. Sometimes the conversation will prompt a follow-up question. I'm looking at this, and I think I'm trying to understand the testimony. I was picking up that other states would be part of paying for this transmission project. And I wanted to know if there is a guarantee that the other states will be paying for part of this transmission system.
Thank you for the question, Senator. I'm happy to answer it. So the bill, I think, is quite creatively constructed in a way that first, what it does is from the start, when it comes to the analysis of the transmission options, it encourages, and this is in one of the amendments, so it may not be in the version that you've had an opportunity to review, but it would direct the PSC to immediately upon the passage of this bill, basically start to explore cooperation with other states. That's something that we've heard from the New Jersey experience is important because the agencies don't always feel authorized that they can go out and have that kind of multi-state discussion. So it starts from there. The idea would be to hopefully get states like Delaware, possibly New Jersey, and others to voluntarily enter into this analysis process, the PJM. If they don't opt to at that stage, the analysis would still go forward looking at Maryland. And then at the end of that analysis process, you would have those sort of competitive bids submitted for the transmission, and then the out is still there. That's the point at which the PSC gets to say, we like this, we don't like it based on the total, package of benefits. And so I've realized that's a little bit of a wishy-washy answer. I'm going to just very briefly say that that is a problem with the way that energy is regulated at a national level. That is something that we've, as an industry, been hopeful to see that FERC would take action on to basically require broader cost allocation among transmission projects. But the reality is that FERC's not going to take that action in the time that's needed for Maryland to harness these benefits. And I can confidently say that this is the best method available to Maryland legally and permitted by FERC to pursue multi-state cost allocation for transmission lines.
What I'm hearing that response, and you yourself said it was a little wishy-washy, what I'm hearing is there is no guarantee, which means this is all on Maryland taxpayers.
If I may, it won't be on taxpayers. The cost would be borne by ratepayers for the transmission, as all transmission is. And again, there's an off ramp there. So in the event that the multi-state cooperation doesn't pan out, we hope it will. There's that ability to reject that price based on it being too high for Maryland ratepayers.
Okay, any additional questions for the sponsor for the panel? Seeing none, we're gonna next go to, the sponsor has designated a second panel, and then to balance things out, I'll call up some unfavorables after this, but the second sponsored panel is Donna Edwards. Ms. Edwards, I think I saw you somewhere here. We've got Sebastian Vasulik. We've got Jim Strong, Mr. Strong. Okay, that's the sponsored panel number 2. And then after this, we'll take a panel of unfavorables, then we'll go back and do some additional witnesses. So
Good
Ms. Edwards,
afternoon.
you could start off and everybody gets 2 minutes each, okay?
Yep. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I think this is my inauguration to this committee, so thank you very much. I'm Donna Edwards. I'm president of the Maryland State and DC AFL-CIO. I'm also president of the AFL-CIO Northeast Council, which are all the states from Maine to West Virginia and Puerto Rico. And about 10 years ago, I worked with the AFL-CIO national president to establish the Offshore Wind Advisory Council for the AFL-CIO. And at that time, Maryland was the leader. We were ahead. And now, over the last 10 years, as we've been working with all of the other states, we are woefully behind. And that's why we solidly support this bill, moving it to 8,500 megawatts, because we have watched all the other states jump ahead of us. Maine is at 5,000. North Carolina is at 8,000. New Jersey is at 11,000. Not only does this talk about building the wind turbines and having the offshore wind, but we're talking about all of the other jobs that come through the supply chain. And they are going to our neighboring states of Delaware and New Jersey. At Wilmington, they are building the ships that will be out the supplies to the turbines. We are watching that New Jersey is building a new pier for supplies and the supply chain, and we are not competitive. So we are asking you to please give this a favorable report and make Maryland the leader that it was. And we started this. We need to go back to being first. Thank you.
Okay, how about Mrs. Strong? Why don't you go next and then we'll come back.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Jim Strong. I'm the offshore wind sector assistant to the United Steelworkers. At one time, Maryland was home to the largest steel manufacturing in the world. Because of its steel manufacturing capabilities, it was known as the Beast of the East. With the current work that we've done in Maryland and with this pending legislation, we have the ability to become the Beast of the East in offshore wind fabrication. I just want to take you back and remind everybody, if you didn't know, in August of 2021 at Trade Point Atlantic, an announcement was made by U.S. Wind of its plans to lease 100 acres. And upon that acres, they were going to build a fabrication, a monopile fabrication facility. The name of it was going to be Sparrows Point Steel. Part of that agreement also is a partnership with our union and U.S. Wind that at full capacity, over 500 steel workers will return home to what we call sacred ground because of Sparrows Point and the steel mill in the past. We have a chance to bring manufacturing back in a big way because of offshore wind. The supply chain is also going to bring jobs back to Maryland, but we have to move quick. We want to be the Beast of the East in offshore wind capacity and fabrication. So I would ask this committee to give Senate Bill 781 a favorable ruling. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Strong. Sir, tell us your name and you got 2 minutes.
My name is Sebastian Fetzlak, coordinator for the Mid-Atlantic Iron Workers Association. Our association has been invested in offshore wind for years now, hosting one of the first labor-sponsored global wind organizations certified training facilities in the U.S., right in Prince George's County, training tradespeople for this industry who will be the individuals who will get on the ships to erect the windmills off the coast. We've also received federal Good Jobs Initiative grants to support Maryland apprentices across the state. And we've signed a historic workforce agreement with one of the developers between Ørsted and the National Building Trades Council. We hired training directors from across the state, including from the Eastern Shore, Calvert County, Baltimore County, and tradespeople from everywhere in between to train, including 50% of our new hires are minority members, giving them an opportunity for new work here in the state. We've had the pleasure of supporting this coalition in the House and Senate on a Power Act and strengthening standards in the bill for our apprentices and journeymen by expanding successful community benefit agreements and labor peace agreements to match the labor standards of the Inflation Reduction Act bill, which we hope for your support. We need to start putting our Maryland apprentices to work and provide a just transition for others. We urge for a favorable report for SB 781.
Okay, thank you. Any question for this second sponsor panel? Okay, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
So let's mix things up here a little bit. I'm going to call up a panel of unfavorables. Alex Pavlak, Bruce Speriano, Michael Adams. All three signed up unfavorable. And whoever gets to the witness table first, Mr. Bariano, do you have a sequence?
I'll let them go first, please.
Okay,
If that's all right.
that's fine. Mr. Pavlak, you want to lead off and then we'll go to the other two witnesses. Everybody gets 2 minutes.
Okay, my name is Alex Pavlak. I'm a PhD engineer from CERN Varna Park and the chairman of the Future of Energy Initiative. This is a big bill. When I look at it, I get a discounted present value of $35 billion. That's billion with a B. I see a power purchase agreement that has capped at 24 cents kilowatt hour. That's twice the retail rate, 3 times the last OREC rate, 5 times the wholesale price of electricity on PJM. It's a big bill and there are 2 complaints. First, I don't see value, and second, I don't see risks. Offshore wind hasn't been built before. Things are going to happen you don't expect. It may not perform. Transmission hookup may be more complex than appreciated. It may kill whales. There are many unexpected possibilities. There's also no real expression of value here. A fully decarbonized power grid is not the same as a net zero power grid, is not the same as 100% renewables. Why are you doing this? If the goal is to satisfy 100% renewables, this bill certainly passes that goal. It's a renewable asset. But my goal would be fully decarbonized. And on that basis, offshore wind is by far and above the most expensive asset you have. It's more expensive than land-based wind, photovoltaics, nuclear power. It doesn't even show up in the analysis. What needs to be done in the confusion here starts at the top with Maryland's goals. What are Maryland's climate goals?
Here, you can finish your thought. I mean,
Okay,
go on.
Maryland's climate goals, in my view, should be fully decarbonized electric power. Not net zero, not zero RPS, not 100% RPS. If you start out with zero carbon electric power as your as Maryland's climate goal, that top goal is the source of the confusion that we're seeing here. If you start out with a competent goal, everything can be derived to the goal. How does this fit into a zero carbon electric power system? And the written testimony I have puts our modeling to it. And our modeling says the nuclear power is by far the workhorse. And nuclear power is likely to double the wholesale cost of electricity, but offshore wind, you're up into the teens if you try to do offshore wind and storage. You can't assume all this stuff is going to be socialized. You've got to calculate your cost and compare whole system costs. This idea of comparing unit cost gets to be very problematic because you really need a reliable system.
Thank you.
You have to look at the whole
Thank you,
system.
Mr. Pavlak. We do have your written testimony. Everybody has that in the
fine.
packet. Okay, why don't you pass that on to your left, sir, and tell us your name, and then you get 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. My name is Michael Adams.
I'm here on behalf of the Associated Builders and Contractors of Maryland. Associated Builders and Contractors, or ABC, is an organization of general and specialty contractors representing the merit shop commercial construction industry throughout the state. Merit shop employers represent 88% of businesses in Maryland and 98% of minority-owned construction businesses in the state. Unfortunately, the community benefit agreement contained in this bill ensures that these construction projects will be directed to union companies, or at a minimum, these companies will have a massive and unnecessary advantage when seeking this work. Specifically, page 8, lines 16 through 19 of the bill requires that any new offshore wind project or wind energy transmission project be evaluated to ensure that developers and suppliers proactively seek to ensure that workers can freely choose to both organize and collectively bargain. It is ABC's belief that these requirements will lead to unnecessary cost, delay, and worst of all, the prioritization of out-of-state workers over Maryland citizens who are ready, willing, and able to do the work. ABC isn't against wind energy and the jobs that come with it. We just want a level playing field to get the jobs, which by statute are already protected under prevailing wage provisions. This bill, as currently written, will prevent Maryland contractors from getting these valuable construction jobs and make it far more likely that companies employing workers from neighboring states will be selected instead. This proactive requirement undercuts the other stated goal of this bill, which is to maximize the use of skilled local labor. The companies which make up ABC can provide the skilled local labor safely and efficiently. It's for these reasons that we urge an unfavorable report on this bill, or that the bill language highlighted in my testimony be removed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bariano. You've got a few minutes.
For the record, Bruce Bariano, I'm here on behalf of the mayor and city council of Ocean City. You have the mayor's letter, as the senator from Ocean City indicated. Never has Ocean City opposed offshore wind as an alternative and the use. What was opposed is the regrettable fact that nobody in Annapolis cares about the view shed and the fact that these turbines are going to be 11.5 miles outside the shore. All the other states that I mentioned, they're between 18 and 25 miles away. Big difference. But we want to ruin the shoreline of Ocean City. That's another consideration. This bill is very premature, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. You have on page 12 and the pages subsequent to that, calling for a very important study, a study by the Public Service Commission about PJM and what have you. And even before you get the results of the study, you're setting down requirements and obligations. It just doesn't make any sense. It really doesn't. And everyone's talking about, well, the taxpayer's going to have to pay or the ratepayer's going to have to pay. I haven't heard anybody and nothing in this bill where U.S. Wind's going to pay anything. This is such a boondoggle. It would be like, I'm buying your extension cords. But you're gonna run the electricity and you're gonna have all the profit from it. Seriously, do the study. You want to do the study, fine. Cut the rest of the bill out. But there are such incredible tax consequences. Even your fiscal note says the effect of state expenditures for electricity is unknown, but could be significant due to offshore wind procurements and transition project costs. I found it fascinating and I appreciated that the bill preceding this was Senator Kramer's bill, where he really thinks that the taxpayer should get money back from Exxon. Fine, but we're not asking U.S. Wind or anyone else to give us money. It's okay to get money from Exxon, but not any money from U.S. Wind to pay for this grandiose stuff that you want to do. I really urge you to think carefully on this bill. Do the study. Get your facts and information before you take action that's really going to be irreversible. Thank you very much. Be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions for any of the panelists? Senator Carrozza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Mr. Bariano. I know you and I both have had extensive conversations with Mayor Meehan, the town council members, plus our constituents. And have talked a lot about the view shed. I'm going to kind of pivot to what we're talking about in this bill with the transmission lines. And I wanted to ask you, because the mayor has mentioned it to me, but you I didn't have all the details, but the concerns about where the transmission lines come in and how that might affect our current beach. So, we've been focused on, the view, but with the transmission lines coming in, with, our 10 miles of coastline in Ocean City, what that could possibly mean for disruption and closures for our beach, number one. Also, I had one constituent ask me point blank about Assateague State Park, which has our horses on the at that state park, if there's like some impact there. And then I also wanted to ask you with the other witnesses' testimony about the $35 billion, if you also agreed with that cost estimate.
Well, let me go back to what one of the other witnesses said. They're using New Jersey as a model. New Jersey spent over $1 billion in building and trying to build this transmission. Question, I really sincerely ask a question. Why are the citizens or the ratepayers or the taxpayers who New Jersey paying for that? Why isn't the company that's going to benefit from that transition line, why are they not paying for it? No one answers that. No one seems to really care, respectfully. That's a tremendous expenditure. I think it's putting the cart before the horse. I think the study needs to be done. If you read the language of the bill concerning the study, it is valuable for the legislature to get that information, what the options are, what the costs are, what the realities are. But without waiting for that, you're going ahead and making some decisions into law, which are just not going to be reversible. Talk about the second lease area. We would love, but no one wants to hear from it. Ocean City would love US Wind to take what it's proposing to do, and as indicated, the turbines are dramatically larger, lit up at night, and put them in the second lease area, which is dramatically further away and really ameliorates the viewshed problem for Ocean City. No one's talking about it. No one's helping Ocean City about it. But yet they want to prematurely, with this second lease area, have this bill, and all they talk about is transmission lines and jobs. The articles I've read, all the jobs are over in other states and over in Europe.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, we've got some other questions, so why don't you just pull that here, and how about Senator Brooks, and then we'll go to Senator Hester, the sponsor. Senator Brooks.
Thanks, Chair. This question is for Mr. Pavlik. During your testimony, you said something that perhaps caused pause. You stated that OSW might harm whales. Could you possibly elaborate on that?
If you Google that, you'll see some articles.
If you
Google that, you'll see some articles in recent months that dead whales. The past 3 months, 13 dead whales have washed up on the beaches nearby where offshore wind was doing seismic surveys. Now, this struck me because in the 1980s, I led a NATO team that developed a new sonar system concept for quiet Soviet submarines. And we can say without a doubt that sonar systems, military sonar systems, are lethal when it comes to whales. Whales don't like noise. Sound propagates very well underwater. The Navy has learned how to manage this by selecting areas where there are no whales, or by giving them fair warning and let them swim away. One of the concerns I have with this is what happens when you have operational wind farms up and running. There's nobody in this room that wants to live next to an operational wind farm because of the noise. Whales are not going to be much different. I suspect that this could end up, there's a risk of interrupting their migration patterns. What's this do for the species? Who knows? The fact is that we don't know. This is a risk. And one of the things that Mr. Bariano said that I fully support is something this big needs more analysis and study. Any Pennapron program that's $10 billion or $30 billion gets hundreds of millions of dollars of studies, prototypes, demonstrations, pilots, and resolves all these outstanding issues before you make the commitment to actually build this stuff. Maryland is ignoring all the risk elements and assuming everything is going to work great and all we have to do is build it. This is not the same as building a bridge or a tunnel. Nobody's ever done this before. You are confronted with challenges that nobody has had any experience with. We are not setting the goals properly. We're not paying enough attention at the senior level to how this stuff is managed.
Okay, Senator Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had two follow-up questions for Mr. Bariano. And I do appreciate you taking time to meet with me and the good senator of Ocean City prior to the hearing. You know, I really hope that we could find some ways to work with you to make this more palatable for Ocean City. But my question is about the view shed, because my understanding is that the lease areas are established by the federal government, and that regardless of whether it's Maryland or Virginia or Delaware buying the wind energy, those lease areas are set. And so if you could send me that research on the other states about how far they are out, that would be helpful, because
I can do so.
it doesn't match up with my research, which shows that New York is 14 miles, New Jersey is 15 miles, and Connecticut is 20 miles. And in this second area of leases that we're looking at, they're all further out than the existing ones.
I'll be happy to, Senator. I'm talking about Virginia. I'm talking about North Carolina. I'm talking about New Jersey. I'm not talking about my home state of New York or part of Long Island, which the federal administration just conveniently got rid of because all the rich people got all excited.
Fabulous. I look forward to seeing that research from you.
Well, because then that would obviate that whole issue, which is very critical.
It is very critical.
Because we should want to restore and keep and maintain, and I mean it so seriously, our God-given natural magnificence of this state of Maryland, which is our shoreline of the ocean.
So we'll have to compare our research offline. The second piece is with respect to FERC Order 1000. And, you know, I heard you asking for more analysis and study, and my read of FERC Order 1000 is that in order to actually do the analysis and study, you know, they require that the states indicate their policy goals. And so my understanding is that we have to pass this legislation to put into policy our goals such that, you know, PJM can do the study. So if you're willing to get back to me on that, that would be fabulous as well.
Well, as I read the bill, you have, starting on page 12, this study, which the Public Service Commission is going to do. They're going to consult with PJM, but the Public Service Commission is going to do the study. And there are pages on here. And I think doing a study is just excellent, because then you know and you make decisions based upon the study. But sincerely, you're making, Senator, you're making decisions in this bill, if it were passed in the form it is in, without the benefit and the results of the study. So what are you doing the study for? Seriously, it's really the cart before the horse. And I would hope in the midst of that study, someone would also take up the fact of is the owner of the wind farm going to pay anything? Yeah, they got to pay to construct it. So what? We all pay for what we build and everything, but are they going to pay for operation? They're going to pay for the extension line? Are they going to pay for anything? They're not. But the ratepayer and the taxpayer are. And I will just say finally, passing this bill as it is, the Maryland General Assembly is taxing Marylanders and taxing ratepayers in the future. Make no mistake about that. You want to go ahead and do taxes and increase the cost on the ratepayers? That's your prerogative.
Okay, any additional questions for any of the panelists? Seeing none.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to the panel. We're going to next move to a panel of back on favorables. We've got Rebecca Rare. I think I saw her back there. Jamie DeMarco, Stacy Hartwell. I'm just going to reel off names, go through the list. Joshua Greenberg. Is Mr. Greenberg here?
Stacy couldn't make it.
Okay, Maura Cyphers. Okay, we got room for one more. Samuel Birney. Birney. Samuel Birney here? No?
Please support with amendment.
Okay, well, let's stop here and then we'll take some favor with amendments after that. Fair enough. Okay, who wants to lead off? Morris Cyphers, why don't you lead off and we'll go down the line, okay?
Sure. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, I'm Morris Cyphers with the American Clean Power Association. We are the nation's largest renewable energy trade association. On behalf of our 750 members, we're here in strong support of this legislation. I'm going to do a pretty broad Me Too because we have so many proponents, and I also want to direct folks to there should be written testimony in your packet, and if not, we'll make sure it gets circulated to the committee from the National Oceanic and Atmosphere Administration from their Fisheries Management Service about any impacts to marine mammals, whales, wildlife from offshore wind development, because I think that there was some untrue statements floated by the opposition panel, and so want to make sure we correct the record on that. Thank you.
Okay, tell us who you are and each of you has 2 minutes.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I am not Josh Greenberg. I am Jen Aosa. I'm the Director of Government Affairs for Baltimore County Executive John Olszewski Jr., and we are here in strong support of Senate Bill 781. We believe the emerging offshore wind industry holds great promise, not only to help our state expand and diversify our renewable energy resources, but also to create well-paid, skilled, clean energy jobs for Marylanders. In Baltimore County alone, more than 1,000 jobs are projected to be created just related to the currently authorized offshore wind projects. I want to acknowledge the sponsors' data on the investments that have been made by U.S. Wind and Ørsted. These existing companies that have authorized capacity are really investing in Eastern Baltimore County to create the critical components for offshore wind that's going to serve much of the East Coast, providing significant opportunities for local businesses and workers in the Baltimore region. This bill provides for workforce development, training, and the right of workers in this growing state industry to organize, while also establishing preferences for local workers and domestic materials. You've heard about the requirement for the analysis of the transmission expansion. We fully support that as well. Baltimore County believes that offshore wind represents a real opportunity for meeting both the energy demands of our state and our region in a way that benefits our environment and our economy. And we urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 781. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. DeMarco, you're next.
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, my name is Jamie DeMarco. I am the Maryland Director for the Chesapeake Climate Action Network. We urge a favorable report. This legislation is supported by labor organizations, environmentalists, developers, small businesses, consumer advocates, and justice groups. That is an incredibly broad and powerful coalition that doesn't come together every day. And I think it's incredibly consequential and speaks to the merits of the legislation. One point I would like to raise is that this legislation is going to save Marylanders a lot of money in reduced congestion fees. When there's a lot of electricity on the grid that can't move where it needs to move fast enough, prices of electricity go up under what's called congestion fees. According to the most recent publicly available data, BGE alone pays $57 million a year in congestion fees. Over a 30-year period, the lifespan of transmission lines, that's $1.7 billion that Marylanders are paying in congestion fees alone, just within the BGE territory. So by building additional transmission, we reduce those costs. We also commissioned a study on the cost of building more offshore wind from the Gable Institute. They found that additional offshore wind would come in between $41 per megawatt hour and $82 per megawatt hour. For comparison, the standard offer service cost right now, in between is about $80 per megawatt hour. So this is legislation where in almost all the scenarios, offshore wind is actually going to be cheaper. Wind and solar coupled with batteries is the cheapest form of electricity available to us, thanks to the great work of this committee and you, Mr. Chair. And by investing in this technology more, we will save both ratepayers and taxpayers money.
Okay, why don't you pass that to your left?
Good evening, Mr. Chair,
Madam Vice Chair and members of the committee, my name is Rebecca Rear and I'm the Director of Climate Policy and Justice with the Maryland League of Conservation Voters. I'm here to express our support for the Power Act. This is a priority bill for Maryland LCV. This bill is a comprehensive package to support every step of the process to power Marylanders' homes with renewable energy in a cost-effective and equitable way. The Maryland Department of the Environment has identified the need to deploy more renewable energy as a way to meet the state's greenhouse gas reduction goals and identified offshore wind as one of the most reliable clean energy sources available to the state. Increasing offshore wind generation is also how we will achieve 100% clean energy goals. Another area of savings that we haven't talked about from that same Gable study is from reduced air pollution. So we're talking people being able to not miss work because they're not having to go to the hospital because of respiratory issues, being able to reduce your rates of asthma attacks and hospitalizations. And we see a lot of direct benefits, direct health benefits from investments in clean energy. So I think that's a really important point that just hasn't been mentioned yet. So for all those reasons and those you've heard in prior panels, Maryland LCV urges a favorable report on SB 781. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for any of the panel? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Going to next go to a panel of favorable with amendments. I'm going to reel off Samuel Laverne from the Maryland Energy Administration. I've got Ryan Opsel from MEA. Tara Strum. Is Ms. Strum here? Okay, why don't you come up? And we only have 2 additional in-person witnesses. So I'm going to, they're signed up for information purposes only. Let's just bring them up so we can fill up the table. Morris Schreim from the Public Service Commission and Joseph DeLosa. Mr. DeLosa here. Okay, and then after this, it's just virtual witnesses. So let's sir, we'll start far left and we'll go down and then we'll take questions, okay?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, committee members. My name is Dr. Ryan Opsel. I'm the Director of Policy for the Maryland Energy Administration. Let me state clearly, we are in support of expanding the goal for offshore wind in the state. Expanding offshore wind is crucial for meeting the governor's goal of 100% clean energy by 2035 and targets set in the Climate Solutions Now Act. New strong goal will provide a base for the burgeoning offshore wind industry and support hundreds of new well-paying jobs. We also recognize the difficulties presented by transmission capacity, especially on the Delmarva Peninsula. To accommodate additional offshore wind, especially on the scale we're talking about today, transmission capacity will need to expand. While we had some reservations about the procurement method proposed in that section of the bill, we have seen some preliminary language that moves in the right direction, so we believe there's a path forward on that section. However, MEA does still have concerns with the offshore wind procurement method described in the last section of the legislation. This section would shift the procurement method from the well-established OREC procurements to a new PPA approach through another government agency. We find this shift troubling for a couple of reasons. One, the OREC process is a well-utilized approach adopted by multiple states, including Maryland, and having used this process twice. The existing process is also managed by the PSC in an open, transparent, and stakeholder-driven process. And finally, this constitutes basically a new, untested method months before BOEM is expected to release new lease areas in the Mid-Atlantic, opening them for bidding to offshore wind developers. If Maryland indicates that it's shifting its primary procurement method from the established OREC process to the new process, this does inject unnecessary business uncertainty and risk at a time when we're actively seeking robust participation in the bidding process. Let me conclude by strongly reiterating our support to expand offshore wind in Maryland, which will help us meet our long-term goals while providing a strong new manufacturing base right here in the state. I also have Mr. Samuel Byrne here with me. He leads MEA's offshore wind program and will assist me in providing technical expertise as a subject matter expert in offshore wind in Maryland. Happy to take your questions. Thank you.
Okay, actually, instead of going all the way, we've got 2 folks from the Maryland Energy Administration. So if there are specifically questions for MEA, the 2 folks here, now would be a good time to ask. Otherwise, we'll just go down the panel, okay? Okay, seeing none. You're next up. Tell us who you are, and you've got 2 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairman and fellow committee members. My name is Tiara Strum. I am the Chief Executive Officer of Strum Contracting Company, Inc., a small state-certified, minority-owned, full-service welding and fabrication firm that's been operating in the state since 1987. I'm here to express my support for SB 781, known as the Power Act. With a 30-plus year history of providing steel fabrication and welding services in the heavy civil construction industry, SCC has been able to transition fluidly into the offshore wind industry while creating jobs in partnerships with local nonprofits. As a result of job creation, we have been experiencing significant growth as one of the first MBEs in the country to be awarded a construction-related contract in preparation for the offshore wind industry. Men and women working on our offshore wind related project receive livable wages of upwards of $28.18 as a base and $15.50 as a fringe that covered healthcare, retirement, paid time off, and other benefits while creating career ladders with upward mobilities for job growth. However, long-term job creation and sustainability of good paying jobs will not be possible if we do not take a step back and focus on one of the biggest challenges currently facing American offshore wind industry. I believe that SB 781 addresses this issue by legislating the Public Service Commission to conduct a study of Maryland's current transmission system expansion options. By conducting a study for expansion and hopefully finding an applicable solution, we do believe that the state will be prepared to expand and build out the capacity of the current lease area and protect the state's opportunities for clean energy, local and regional jobs, because we have at Strum Contracting been able to create jobs that go towards offshore wind. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. If you could pass that mic to your left, sir, and tell us who you are. You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Senators. I'm Morris Schreim, Senior Commission Advisor at the Public Service Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today to discuss SB 781, and thank you to the bill sponsors for your leadership in exploring ways to define and effectuate the state's clean energy policies. Maryland is recognized as a leader, enabler, and strong proponent of offshore wind, as evidenced by our 2 rounds of approvals over the past years. Offshore wind projects are complex, involving multiple layers of state and federal reviews and approvals. SB 781 is largely a study bill for exploring how to best prepare the regional transmission system to reliably deliver electricity generated from future offshore wind turbines. The bill contains many good ideas that are also complex and requires amendment for implementation. The Commission has been working with the bill sponsor to provide observations and input and understands that amendments are forthcoming. I'd like to highlight 3 important issues related to the bill. First, while the bill requires the Commission to examine transmission enhancements, the Commission would need to rely on PJM to carry out the analysis. PJM is the regional entity under federal jurisdiction responsible for operating and planning the transmission system. Second, since neither the state nor the Commission has authority over PJM, the dates in the bill should be changed to targets as opposed to mandates to allow the Commission the flexibility to work with PJM. And finally, the bill will require 4 full-time employees and $3.5 million from initial study through long-term analysis. The bill should include language to support the Commission obtaining the necessary resources to implement its provisions. Again, I thank you, and I'm available for questions.
Okay, why don't we go to our final witness, and then we'll open it up for questions, sir. Tell us who you are, and you've got 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Joe DeLosa III, a manager with the Brattle Group and a former bureau chief of federal and regional policies at the New Jersey Board of Public Utilities. I'm here through my advisory work for MAREC Action, but I would like to note that I'm not representing MAREC, nor am I making these comments on behalf of MAREC, but rather these comments are my own based on my transmission experience. Currently, transmission planning performed by the regional grid operator PJM for the Mid-Atlantic electricity grid does not consider the needs of state public policies, including offshore wind, unless specifically requested by a state. Today's bill would make such a request. By identifying a specific public policy need, this bill will authorize the Public Service Commission to initiate PJM's targeted public policy planning process, the state agreement approach, to identify more optimal and coordinated transmission to benefit the state's electricity customers. This approach has also been successfully employed in New Jersey, where, as previously mentioned, the outcome is estimated to save customers over $900 million. Unlike New Jersey, today's bill also includes a provision for Maryland to coordinate with other states as part of these planning efforts. Despite the success of New Jersey's state agreement approach, the scope of this effort and the potential for cost savings was limited by applying the planning process to the policy needs of only one state. Recent PJM studies have shown the potential for significantly larger savings when considering the public policy needs of multiple states, which could be enabled through multi-state cooperation. Finally, to maximize savings from such coordinated planning, I would like to stress that time is of the essence. Further delays will lead to the best grid interconnection points being used by early offshore wind projects, creating first mover advantages, but inhibiting the timely and cost-effective long-term development of offshore wind generation, needlessly increasing customer costs over the longer term. I'm happy to take any questions from the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks to the entire panel for their testimony. Senator Carozza, you've got the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate the testimony from the Public Service Commission. And given that I'm new to the energy issue and you went through some, I think, 3 areas as you basically were tying what the bill would require with the PJM. Could you just kind of walk through that again? Because I'm really trying to understand, again, going back to the point that's been made that there's a study in the bill and yet we're putting requirements in other parts of the bill before we've done the study. And I hear you making recommendations on dates. So if you could just take a step back and just walk through process, please.
Sure. So just to back up, PJM is the federally authorized entity that does the operation and the planning of the transmission grid in the Mid-Atlantic area. To conduct the study, to conduct the analyses, it takes someone with the models, with talent, with the expertise to do that. PJM is the entity that does that. And any subsequent filing of projects would be done through them. So they need to be integral to the process from the very beginning.
So when you see the bill laid out, you mentioned either amendments, timelines, coordination, how do you think that should work? And like what's missing?
So I think what was a technical factor in the bill is introduced is that it requires the Public Service Commission to conduct the studies. And it's truly, we would need to rely on PJM to conduct the studies. We'd be working with them, we'd be requesting them. And since we have no authorities over them, we can't really mandate dates for a study as they are in the bill. We would need some flexibility so that they can function.
So I guess going back to the fact that we've got some requirements in this bill, and then you come to page 11 and you have the study. If you can connect the dots for me, what is it? It seems to me we need the information from the study before we could kind of spell out some of these other requirements.
So it's a 2-step process with PJM. The first is an initial analysis to take a look at the grid and to identify where would be appropriate points of interconnection, where they would want the offshore wind to come in. And then they identify what the reliability issues would be. That's the first part of the issue of the study. The second part is a general solicitation. They go out to merchant transmission companies and they said, this is what's required. These are the problems we find. What are your solutions? Then that's the solicitation process. The companies come in and provide these different solutions. And then PJM evaluates those for technical capability. And we would have to work with them to see how it both meets the technical the technical requirements and the requirements in the bill to meet the needs of the state and what's identified in the bill.
Before you even get to that latter part, it sounds like what you described is a kind of a complex analysis and review. So I really would like to understand that. And 2, what I haven't heard in this conversation as PSC and PGM, like where does the partnership with Ocean City come in? Where does factoring in, where these transmission lines will come in on our beach? Where does that piece all come in? Is that in the study piece? Is that, how does that piece all work? Because what's really lacking here is we've been talking about different amendments and different approaches is, Ocean City needs to be a partner in this whole process.
Right, understood. So the bill doesn't specify where the interconnection points will be, where it's going to end up. But the bill does have a certain analysis up front that tries to identify where you could have injection points. It could be in Delaware, it could be in Maryland, it could be someplace else. If it's working with PJM, it's going into the mid-Atlantic grid.
Okay, he's available, I'm sure, offline if you have a series of other questions. Sarah Washington.
Thank you. So I'm also new to this area and I believe this was raised before. This is to the PSC. I want to better understand exactly what PJM is in relation to the PSC. So the PSC, you're our regulatory commission, right? And your mission is the regulation, in this case, would be of electricity and energy generation, all aspects of it. Is that
Yes,
correct?
that's correct.
Would that be correct? So, and you were created by the state, so you're in code, so you are, right, an entity of the state and an agent of the state, again, around our public utilities.
Sure. So let me
Okay.
clarify. So
Yeah,
the
help
Public
me.
Service Commission regulates the utilities within the state, the
Right.
retail within the state.
Right.
PJM is a utility.
Oh, wait, I'm gonna get to that. So,
Oh, okay.
so I just wanted to assume that
Yeah.
you are our people in this space.
Correct.
So again, I guess this also gets to my senator from the Eastern Shores question. So again, where does now? So they work for us. Now, what is PJM?
So PJM is a regional transmission operator that's under the jurisdiction of the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. It operates the power lines and plans the power lines across state lines. So the power flows in wholesale sales and it's interstate commerce. So we don't have jurisdiction over PJM.
JM, an entity of the federal government?
It is a regulated utility of the federal government.
So is PJM the federal government's PSC?
No, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission is the federal government's PSC.
Is
PJM is like,
PJM a contractor?
PJM is a utility.
It is a utility.
Yes. It's a utility that's charged with operating the transmission system that are owned by several different transmission owners.
So so do they receive pay? I mean, I'm trying to understand who they work for and who that entity.
Sure. So they operate, plan the transmission system. They operate the wholesale markets of electricity that's sold on those transmission system. And they are paid through rates that are approved by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission.
So is PJM like Exelon or?
So PJM is
BGE?
somewhat like a BG&E.
There we go. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so there,
But
yeah.
just
can I-
not to interrupt, but you can,
Yeah, I
just to
wanted
remind,
understand.
just refresh your memory, we actually had the PJM leadership team actually down here for a briefing. So that's
And
still,
I was in a hearing. so
no,
I
that's
was-
fine. I just, if you want to go back, it's recorded and
Yeah.
we had the top brass here explaining some of this, but I yield back to you, Senator Washington.
Well, Senator, in order for me to understand.
I
this-
get it. No,
this bill,
I didn't
need
want,
to-
I wasn't interrupting the flow. I just wanted
Yeah.
to remind you of
I
that.
understand. Okay. So having said that, so what you're suggesting is that there would need to be some revisions in this bill in order to accommodate the relationship that Maryland, through its PSC, has to
the federal government through BJM.
That's a way to say it. Yes.
All right, thank you. I will stop there. I'll drop my mic there. Thank you very much.
Okay, any additional questions for this particular panel? And again, I wasn't meaning, we do, if anybody wants to kind of refresh their memory, because it's been a while, it was like a month or a month and a half ago, we had the briefing. I would encourage folks, go back and, watch that and, kind of re-educate folks about where PJM fits with our Public Service Commission. I think it's actually would be a good refresher, and actually think we have a briefing, a PowerPoint that they presented that would be helpful as well.
The language, I
Yeah.
have to practice speaking.
100% totally get
Because
it.
the last time I asked a question, I wasn't able to formulate it in the proper language. So thanks for helping me.
Yeah, nobody comes
learn
out of the womb knowing what PJM is. So there's no, I honestly don't feel any issue there at all. Okay, with all that said, we do thank you for your testimony. We do have two virtual witnesses. The final witness is both favorable. We're going to call in John Carlson. Is he? Okay, and then the final witness on this bill is Sharon Segner. The Segner here. Okay, you've got yes, you've got 2 minutes. Thank you. And you signed up favorable.
I am testifying today at the request of Advanced Energy United's registered lobbyists. Advanced Energy United supports this bill. My name is Sharon Segner, and I'm a senior vice president at LS Power. We successfully competed in the New Jersey offshore transmission solicitation, and we were awarded part of the competitively bid transmission. We can speak to the success of PJM as well as the competitive process. It was a success, but don't just take my words for it. I would point to you 4 quotes from the New Jersey BPU in a recent FERC filing. Quote number 1 from the New Jersey BPU is filed at FERC on November 28, 2022. New Jersey's real life experience is that using proactive holistic planning and competitive bidding to select the necessary system reinforcements for multiple offshore wind projects is 37% cheaper than the status quo that plans and builds new transmission for one generation at a time. Point number 2 that they made, absent the competitive solicitation framework, New Jersey ratepayers would ultimately have paid billions more in offshore wind transmission costs. Quite simply, they said the competitive transmission solicitation process provided New Jersey with higher quality transmission at a substantially lower price. Point 3, in short, proactively and holistically planned transmission projects to serve New Jersey in a competitive process saved ratepayers nearly $1 billion. In closing, they said, the results of the New Jersey process demonstrate that a competitive transmission solicitation can provide significant value to customers. As the board found in its order, the Larrabee Tri-Collector solution results in innovative transmission solution, creating single onshore point of entry while leveraging existing rights of way, and an outcome that would not have been possible without a competitive solicitation. We strongly support the role of PJM and their leadership involved in this competitive solicitation, as well as the presence of robust competition. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Segner, any questions for the witness, our final witness? Thank you for your testimony. That concludes our hearing on Senate Bill 781. And we're going to go next back to Senator Hester on Senate Bill 783. Senator Hester. And again, after this, we have one more Senator Hester bill, and then we'll be done. We've got three sponsored panelists. I'm going to call up Nicholas Redding, John Krumpotich. Is that
Pretty close.
okay? I mucked that up. And then Stephen McLeaf. So. And Senator Hester, you can go to the podium.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, you start off on, again, Senate Bill 783.
Thank you, Chair Feldman, colleagues. For the record, Senator Katie Fry Hester, proud to represent District 9, Howard and Montgomery counties. And I promise this bill will be easier than the last one. Senate Bill 783 will extend the sunset for the catalytic revitalization tax credit for an additional 4 years to 2035.
Senator, just not to interrupt, is Lori Graff here? Okay, she's the only other witness in person here, so let's just bring her up, and then that's the extent of all the witnesses here in person in the bill. So, okay, back to you, Senator Hester.
Thank you very much. So it's interesting that we have a tax credit bill in the EEE committee. I think there should be somebody here from Budget and Tax. But the reason it's here is because it also has to deal with smart growth. So just for a bit of context, the report that I just passed around was something that many of the folks on my sponsor panel worked on along with the Department of Planning and the Department of Housing and Community Development back in 2019. Basically, as many of you know, we have a real diversity of buildings here in Maryland, that many of which are historic. In my district, the old Springfield Hospital is now owned by Warfield, and we're trying to redevelop that. But really, when these older state institutions lie with our various state agencies, they often aren't maintained as well as they could be. And then by the time that they go up for sale, there's significant economic and cultural and historic loss. This is especially true for these large complexes like Warfield in my district, or Fort Ritchie in the western part of Maryland. And so the thoughtful redevelopment of these partnerships between the public and private sector, they can result, instead of a loss to the state, additional productive use of both commercial and affordable housing. And so the report that you see before you really has a number of recommendations in it. And the historic tax credit, the catalytic historic tax credit, was something that we passed in 2021. And at that point, it was a powerful tool for spurring this private sector investment. Because this committee hasn't heard this bill before, it's specifically a $15 million tax credit that's given every 2 years by DHCD to support the redevelopment of these former state-owned institutions. It's been helpful in Carroll County for the Warfield development, and next is moved on to Fort Ritchie in Washington County, which you'll hear about today. At the same time, and you'll see this in my testimony, the Department of Housing and Community Development submitted a memo to several state agencies, to initiate a second recommendation. And that was the Historic Properties Disposition and Preservation Team. And so this team consisted of multiple agencies, but unfortunately it didn't materialize under the previous administration. And so as introduced, what this bill would have done was to convene that team to make recommendations and to really safeguard our property as it was disposed of. Since that time, we obviously have a new administration, and I've had conversations with the Secretary of Planning and conversations with folks in the Housing and Community Development Department. And as a result of those conversations, what I'd like to propose is an amendment that actually substantially strikes the part of the bill that creates the team, and instead asks the new secretaries and the folks who would be on the team to work out an implementation plan for the recommendations in the report, and to submit to convene the Smart Growth Subcabinet to really look at this study and to come up with a revised implementation plan by the end of this year. And so I think that with that amendment, all these agencies will now be supportive of both extending the tax credit and looking at future implementation possibilities. And I'd like to just thank everybody who has worked so hard on this issue for the past 4 years, and ask for your favorable report on this bill and turn it over to the panel to add a little extra flavor.
Okay, and just so you know, this bill has been jointly assigned to Budget and Tax. They just, for whatever reason, didn't send anybody here, but it's going to have to go through Budget and Tax after here. So Ms. Greff, since you weren't part of the sponsor panel, we're going to start on the other side and work the other way. So, sir, why don't you lead off? Each of you has 2 minutes, and then we'll go down the line.
Great, thank you. My name is Stephen McLeaf. Thank you for having me today. I'm with Langley Realty Partners and Warfield Companies, which is the owner and developer of Warfield at historic Sykesville. It's a property that was previously owned by the state of Maryland for decades. And one of the case studies in the 2020 Department of Planning report that Senator Hester just provided you all with. It was also the first recipient of the catalytic revitalization tax credit in early 2022, the creation of which was one of the many recommendations in that study. Since it sounds like there's been a change in terms of a disposition committee, which we would support no matter how it's implemented, because as the study the study points out, that the Maryland State Clearinghouse does not have sufficient resources or expertise to handle that. So there is a necessity for a separate disposition team, no matter how that's formulated. We support the bill, particularly the extending of the sunset for the revitalization tax credit. We've suggested a couple of changes to Senator Hester and spoken with her in DHCD about clarifying some rules on transferability and what costs can be included in basis. But we also wanted to amend by adding a bonus tax credit of 10% for projects that have a significant affordable housing component. And that would in no way raise the $15 million cap, but gives a bonus to developers for providing affordable housing to the communities in which their project might reside. But we support the bill.
Okay, thank you. Pass it on. And sir, tell us the correct pronunciation of your name.
You about had it. Mr. Chair, committee, my name is John Krumpetich, and I am the owner of historic Fort Ritchie, at an old military base in Eastern Washington County. I'll kind of speak to the importance of these state bills. The state has been a wonderful partner to us. These undertakings of these large historic federally or state-owned properties are monstrous. From an infrastructure standpoint, building repurposing and trying to regenerate excitement in the community. For our community, especially, you had a crumbling military base sitting in the backdrop. Well, over the last 2 years, now we've brought back over 100 employees to the base, 58 townhome units, and 13 businesses. Okay. And all of a sudden, all the houses in our community are being renovated, are filled. You no longer have this vacuum that was left by the government. These programs to the state, like the Catalytic Revitalization Grant, give developers such as myself a little bit of a leg up in restoring these properties that have such an immense cost load. And when you factor in that you also are going to have a Maryland historic easement over some of that property, it just makes the revitalization of those buildings a little bit more difficult. But what I can tell you from personal experience is the communities as a whole love these projects. They have lived with these large properties in their backdrop for so long, and they want nothing more than for these properties to be brought back. And we've just seen that with all the community events that we've brought back, the amount of people that are on the property now. And these sort of programs help us make inroads to keep trudging forward and be able to bring these properties to a point where we can attract tenants, we can attract residents, and we've been able to do so with the help of the state of Maryland. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yep. Hi, I'm Nicholas Redding. I'm the president and CEO of Preservation Maryland, which is the statewide historic preservation nonprofit. And we're here in support of the bill, an SB 783, for two reasons we need this bill. One is that Maryland should be more strategic about the way it uses, divests, and reuses historic resources. We don't have clear strategy on how we get rid of really any buildings, but particularly former government complexes. And when we don't think strategically about it, these buildings and campuses turn into liabilities and they're no longer assets for communities. And we need to get ahead of that. And this bill gives us an opportunity to do that. The bill addresses this issue by, as Senator Hester said, it's going to be somewhat amended, but it will essentially create a disposition team to guide this process, which we strongly believe, having participated in the initial planning process, will eventually pay for itself through efficiencies created and the reduction of carrying costs for historic structures. You look at Crownsville Hospital costs the state nearly $1 million a year to hang on to. And we want to avoid situations like that all across the state. It also reauthorizes and extends the authorization of the catalytic tax credit, which makes these projects pencil out, and incentivizes projects all across the state. There are a number of these white elephants that need targeted assistance, and this legislation will continue to provide for that. And so for those reasons and more, we urge a favorable report on SB 783.
Okay, Ms. Graf.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Lori Graff, CEO of the Maryland Building Industry Association. I'm here in strong support of this bill. I know I sound like a broken record, but we need more housing. We have to be creative to get there. We have to figure out some different ways to do it. We need more affordable housing. We also need market rate. And this is just one of the many tools that we've used over the past several years. And I know some of I've worked with Warfield quite a bit on their project, and I know that this really does make a difference. And it may be baby steps, but it's a step in the right direction. It's a really important piece of legislation. So we request a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for the panel? Okay, seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 783, which brings us to our final bill of the day and the evening, Senate Bill 800, Senator Hester. And while she's shaking hands, I'm going to call up her sponsor panel on this final bill, John Abeles, Mark Weatherford, and we've got Laura Corcoran here?
Yes, she is.
Okay, that's the sponsor panel. So we're going to start there and then we'll
How are you doing?
take additional witnesses after that. So Senator Hester on Senate Bill 800.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mark, I believe, is virtually.
Okay, he signed up here in person. Is he?
Oh, sorry. Yes,
Okay.
I'm virtual.
We got you. We'll take you then after, yeah, we had you down here in person. We'll get you after the two in persons. Okay. Senator Hester.
Thank you, Chair Feldman and esteemed colleagues. Apologies for the late hour, but I really do appreciate your time and consideration of SB 800, the Critical Infrastructure Cybersecurity Act of 2023. As many of you know, you worked with us last year on a major cybersecurity package that looked at modernizing systems, extending state resources to local units of government, and establishing minimum cybersecurity standards for our state agencies. And we're back this year to look specifically at our critical infrastructure. As the Colonial Pipeline and Oldsmar, Florida have shown us, our water, gas, and electric utilities are major targets for malicious actors. In fact, the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency has warned states that evolving persistent threats pose both severe physical and economic harm to state and local governments. And if you look in my testimony on your system, you'll see a 2-pager from the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency that outlines those potential harms. So broadly, this bill seeks to mitigate the cybersecurity risk by drawing on research conducted by the Maryland Cybersecurity Council. Specifically in 2021, the council commissioned a fellow from the National Security Agency, Laura Corcoran, who is here with us today as part of my panel to look at gaps in the regulation of utilities cybersecurity standards. Now, while we were drafting this report, she consulted with the PSC and other state agencies and also looked outside of Maryland to best practices in other states. And then when the PSC issued their new regulations around cybersecurity in 2022, I worked over the interim with the PSC and the Critical Infrastructure Subcommittee of the Maryland Cybersecurity Council to compare their regulations to the fellow's recommendations. This process took several months, and we ultimately identified the highest priority gaps that were missing from the PSC regulations. And filling those gaps resulted in the bill you see before you today. Now, during these conversations, we realized that the commission did not really have the documentation necessary to have informed conversations with utilities about their cybersecurity posture. Right now, the commission receives briefings by utilities, but these are infrequent, once every 3 years. And these briefings don't always discuss the cybersecurity challenges and require that they be addressed. We believe that this current process is out of step with other agencies' record-keeping compliance and transparency practices. And so what exactly does this bill before you, Senate Bill 800, do to address those gaps? The bill's provisions fall into 3 broad categories. The first is requirements on the PSC. The bill adds cybersecurity as one of the 7 factors that the commission must consider when exercising its regulatory power. It requires the commission to collaborate with the Office of Security Management to establish minimum cybersecurity standards for utilities based on the particular needs of the sector, as well as the size of the individual companies. It also requires the PSC to hire at least one subject matter expert in the cyber field to assist in drafting regulations, monitor compliance with minimum standards, and prepare reports. This individual would support utilities in their efforts to improve the maturity of their cybersecurity enterprise if gaps are found. The second bucket in the bill is requirements on utility providers. So in addition to the requirements on the PSC, this bill requires utility companies to establish minimum cybersecurity standards for each peripheral device in their networks, commensurate with their risk. These standards would involve moving towards zero trust architecture and must be used to manage supply chain risk. Many of our larger utilities are already doing this work, but in cybersecurity, you really are only limited by your weakest link. The third bucket in this bill is reporting requirements. This bill establishes 2 reporting requirements, one for utility companies and one for the PSC. The bill requires each utility company in the state of Maryland to conduct an independent third-party assessment of their cybersecurity practices at least every other year against the NIST cybersecurity framework. And the results of these assessments would then be sent to the PSC and the Office of Security Management for their review and remediation through the PSC's workgroup process. Mr. Chair and members, I'd like to thank the Maryland Cybersecurity Council and its Critical Infrastructure Subcommittee for their partnership in developing this bill. As threats to our systems continue to grow, so must our capacity to prevent and mitigate them. And for these reasons, I respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 800.
Okay, thank you, Senator Hester. Sir, why don't we go through the sponsor panel and we'll pick up our virtual witness after that. So why don't you start?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for having me today. I'm John Ablis. I'm the president and CEO of System One. We're a Maryland-based cybersecurity consultancy. We do risk management and critical infrastructure protection. We have over 35 years supporting the energy sector on both sides, supporting utilities and supporting the government through the Department of Energy and Nuclear Regulatory Commission. Maryland needs to build a resilient approach to cybersecurity and needs to foster an agile culture to protect Maryland's critical energy infrastructure. Under SB 800, the PSC is the organization responsible for establishing the aiming points and for monitoring how utilities are meeting these requirements. SB 800 has a number of essential provisions that requires only minimal cost and employee resources and can be scaled based on the size and complexity of the utility, not one size fits all. SB 800 needs to counter the expanding threat and evolving vulnerability landscape, which we all know happens almost daily. SB 800 has a provision for assuring one or more of the PSC's employees are experts in cybersecurity. Agility is required as many of the nationwide requirements and regulations are currently being enhanced. As an amendment, I suggest that additional staff have a top secret clearance so they can fully participate in federal threat briefings. The bill has provisions to establish and share cybersecurity standards and best practices. It also requires the development of formal reports on cybersecurity. As Senator Hester mentioned, we don't have that today. We don't have formal reports today. So what I'm suggesting is to counter this issue, we should classify the information as critical energy infrastructure information. This is a class of information that's exempt from FOIA and public disclosure. SB 800 will further enable the PSC's function by adding expertise and formality to their processes and will advance a culture of continuous improvement. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Corcoran.
Good
Everybody's got
evening.
2 minutes, yeah.
Good evening. I just would like to tell you a little bit about my process.
Could you
for-
put the mic, pull that up a little closer to you so everybody can?
I'd like to tell you a little bit more about my process for writing the report for cybersecurity for the Maryland Electric Grid. So my name is Laura Corcoran, and I'm a cybersecurity analyst at the National Security Agency, and I have over 25 years of experience in the cybersecurity profession. In 2021, I completed a year-long fellowship as an NSA employee, collaborating with the Maryland Office of Attorney General and the Maryland Cybersecurity Council, and Senator Hester is an active member of that council. The purpose of the fellowship was to research the issues on electric grid cybersecurity and report to the AG and the council. The final written report contained 28 recommendations to improve grid security in Maryland. And I believe SB 800 emerged from this report. The report was based on input from stakeholders such as the Maryland Public Service Commission and other Maryland agencies that work energy issues. I also contacted government officials in other states, experts in academia, and people working in standards organizations. I combined this with a review of existing state and federal laws and regulations and referenced applicable standards such as from the National Institute of Standards and Technology, or NIST, and the Institute of Electrical and Electronic Engineers. In the report, which was published in December of 2021, I recommended adopting established cybersecurity standards, advancing toward zero trust architectures, encouraging collaboration among utilities, and investing in cybersecurity. I stand by my research and the recommendations that were published in 2021. And please accept my thanks for considering steps to improve the cybersecurity of the Maryland Electric Grid.
Okay, thank you. Any question for the sponsor or the two panelists? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go to our virtual witness who's also part of the sponsor panel, Mr. Weatherford. Is Mr. Weatherford? Yeah.
I am on. Good afternoon.
Okay, wait till we can see you there.
Okay.
Okay, there you are. You got
Okay.
2 minutes. The clock isn't
Thank
going to be visual, but we're timing you manually here. Okay.
I'm happy to be the caboose on the train today. So good afternoon, Chairman and Vice Chairman Kagan and members of the committee. My name is Mark Weatherford, and I'm here today in support of SB 800. And I applaud Senator Hester for sponsoring this important legislation. It's something that I've been advocating for in other states for the past decade or so. I've worked in the public sector as a Chief Information Security Officer for 3 state governors in Colorado and California, and I was appointed in the Obama administration as the nation's first Deputy Undersecretary for Cybersecurity at the Department of Homeland Security. Perhaps more relevant to this committee, however, in private industry, I was a Chief Security Officer at the North American Electric Reliability Corporation, where I was responsible for overseeing the development and enforcement of standards across the entire electricity industry in North America. So I'd like to address 2 issues related to SB 800. And first, the bulk electric system in North America is comprised of 3 distinct components, which include generation of electricity, transmission of electricity, and the distribution of electricity. And so while FERC and NERC are responsible for the reliability standards related to generation and transmission of the grid, distribution, which is often called the last mile, and regulation is the responsibility of the Public Service Commission in Maryland, as well as various other public service commissions across the lower 48 states and Canada. So since so many of the electric utility companies in the United States operate across individual state borders, there's a very real concern that the regulatory environment could end up with multiple and conflicting standards for the electricity industry. The good news is that NERC, working with the most qualified electricity experts in the nation, have already developed consensus-based standards for generation and transmission that can easily be adopted as baseline for states around governing distribution. And I encourage the PSC to look closely at the NERC SIP standards and avoid recreating the wheel where they can. My second point is regarding the appointment of cybersecurity
Mr. Weatherford, since you blew through 2 minutes, just if you could summarize
I'm close.
Okay.
I'm really close. My second point is regarding appointment of cybersecurity staff at the PSC. A regulatory agency responsible for governing should have the appropriate talent on staff who can understand and evaluate the increasingly technical environment that our utilities operate in. And there are many different disciplines in the cybersecurity profession. So finding the right people who understand both the technical components as well as the vulnerability and threat environment, and more importantly, perhaps the policy and governance implications of the electricity industry is really key to the success in Maryland. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the witness? Mr. Weatherford? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Would I
Oh,
be able
I'm
to,
sorry.
would
Yeah.
I be able to ask the bill?
Yes, absolutely. Okay, you're released, Mr. Weatherford, but Senator Carozza, you got,
Thank you.
ask the panel.
Thank you, and thank you for the bill, Senator Hester. I know of your commitment to cybersecurity. I just, one quick question. I was just reading over the testimony of Pepco Delmarva Power, and they were asking that that their efforts with their programs continue to align with federal industry standards and requirements, and I guess are asking to work with you on that. So I just wanted to kind of get that on the record that you are working with them is my first question. And then second, I know that when we say public utilities, you know, I saw the electricity subsector chart in here, but that I know that also includes gas companies and other public utilities, and just would ask that if they have ideas for amendments or concerns that it would, you know, that those would be addressed as well.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the question, Senator Carozza. I do believe that they've reached out to our office and we're in conversations. I'm not aware of any specific, you know, amendments that they've asked for yet, but we really wanted to tailor the bill so that it wasn't, I mean, it's not one size fits all. The issue that I had in working with the PSC is it was very difficult over the interim for them to give us concrete examples of, you know, how a small or a large utility might deal with these things, because they don't, I mean, they have some staff, but they don't have really, you know, the talent that they need on board. So I'm happy to work with them. I'm happy to work with the other electric utilities that you mentioned. This also covers the water sector. And I don't know if anybody saw the press release today from the EPA, but they've just said that there's forthcoming instructions on how water companies and water utilities, you know, should be dealing with cybersecurity. And you may recall that was part of a bill last year, and the local cybersecurity fund actually has that as an allowable expense to support our local water utilities in doing these cybersecurity, you know, assessments and remediation. So happy to work with anybody that approaches us with a concrete amendment.
Okay. Okay. No further questions. I'm going to bring up a panel of favorable with amendment panel. I've got Dan Wolf, Mr. Wolf here. I've got Richard Reinhardt. I see Richard in the back, and John Bonasera. Okay, apologize. Yep. So you all have signed up favorable with amendments, and sir, we'll start with you right there, and then we'll go down and take it from there. Okay. Tell us your name and then 2 minutes each.
Good evening, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. My name is Dan Wolf, and I'm the Director of State Programs for the Alliance for Digital Innovation. We're a nonpartisan alliance of technology companies focused on accelerating change in the public sector through technology. Our members are some of the most innovative technology firms in the nation, including many that already proudly serve the state of Maryland. We support Senate Bill 800 and urge you to return a favorable report. In cybersecurity, we used to assume that because someone had access to an internal network, they could be trusted. The system of trust but verify was like a moat around a castle, and once you were inside, you were a trusted person. This is one of the main reasons why you see so many news stories about cyber attacks that began with phishing emails where a bad actor tricks someone into disclosing their password. A zero trust approach to cybersecurity, as envisioned in this bill, flips that on its head. Basically, your computer systems assume that every user is a threat no matter where they are. Instead of trust but verify, zero trust means always verify and only then trust. In a zero trust environment, a criminal who has obtained an employee's password won't be able to cause as much damage and probably won't be able to access the network at all. The Zero Trust brings secure cloud strategies that are critical for today's distributed workforce. And through the adoption of Zero Trust practices such as identity and access management, multi-factor authentication, Zero Trust network access, and endpoint detection and response, Maryland's public utilities will be better positioned to store, manage, and share their data while reducing the likelihood that a criminal can disrupt critical services or steal citizen data. Lastly, this bill is an important step towards a whole of state approach to cybersecurity in Maryland. Across the country, states are realizing that cybersecurity means more than simply securing state systems and state agencies. As the former deputy CIO in the Commonwealth of Virginia, we've worked over the past couple of years to start implementing Zero Trust for this very reason. We are only as secure as our weakest link, and it's vital that leaders develop strong cyber policies that include not just government agencies, but also these core public utilities such as energy and water. These are the critical public services upon which the people of Maryland depend, and they must be protected. So thank you for your time, and I'll answer any questions.
I think we'll go through the panel. Mr. Reinhardt, you're next, and then we'll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate E3 Committee. My name for the record is Richard Reinhardt with Percy Public Affairs. With me today is Jason Bonacera from Verona Systems. He can talk a little bit more on the Zero Trust, a little bit more of the background about what Verona System does. But I want to just talk quickly on the why we're coming to the table. We first want to say thank you to the sponsor of the bill. We support the bill. The only areas that we look to address are simply around the areas of two areas. One, where it's requiring the commission to include staff of one or more experts in cybersecurity to oversee these improvements and measures on oversight on cybersecurity practices on public service companies. We certainly think it's important, but looking at the capacity of what the Public Service Commission have on staff, as Chairman Stanek said last week in his budget testimony, their staff are overseeing public transportation. They're looking at grid reliability, energy retail suppliers, consumer protection. They're involved in labor, environment, and preservation of natural resources. They're looking at overseeing commitments to climate and sustainability, community solar, and empower programs. That is a lot that they need to cover with their 147 staff. And for the qualifications on what we are wanting that staff to do really does require expertise and skill levels that are in this space. And so what we're suggesting is, if we want to make sure that we have the experts that are looking to make sure that these measures are implemented properly, you need people that have cybersecurity, risk assessment, cloud security, data protection, and identity access management skills. And that's why we suggest not having to put the burden on the Public Service Commission, but allow for maybe a vendor or a company to assist in consulting with the Public Service Commission to do that work. Lastly, we're also looking at just expanding a little bit on the area around the public service companies on the vendor, the third party. That should also be allowed for an opportunity for a vendor with those skill sets in Zero Trust and cybersecurity to help assist those companies make sure that they are meeting the requirements of the statute of the bill. For that reason, we support the bill favorably with amendments, and thank you for your time.
Okay, sir.
Chairman and members of the committee, thank you for your time today. My name is Jason Bonacera. I'm a director here with Verona Systems, and thank you for the opportunity to help favor this bill. This bill is important because it addresses the increasing cyber attacks that we continue to see grow in sophistication and frequency, and oftentimes are targeting these very critical services in water and electricity, like we've mentioned earlier. And by the bill requiring these companies to implement Zero Trust, we'll see them embed better protections into their critical IT systems in terms of comprehensive security monitoring, granular risk-based access controls, and security automation. And by doing so, they better protect both their IT assets and their critical data in an environment that's continuing to evolve from a threat landscape. And so by requiring these organizations to implement these controls, they have to go out and better identify where their critical IT assets are, where their critical data is, map out these data flows and understand, what's connecting to what, and establish micro perimeters in their environment, right? And by doing this and implementing continuous monitoring and automation and security orchestration, they decrease their attack surface and limit the impact any bad actor could have in their environment. So in closing, we're here to support the bill again. You know, with the amendments that we've suggested, we feel that by defining these things within the bill, it removes room for interpretation and also provides the utility companies a roadmap in how to be successful in implementing zero trust.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for any of the panel? Okay, seeing none, which brings us to our final panel. We have 3 witnesses signed up, information only, 2 from the Public Service Commission. So we'll call Trevor Tomlinson up here, Maura Schreim, and Thomas McClellan, who's not from the PSC. And this will be our final panel for the day. So why don't we start with our PSC representatives? Whoever wants to lead off, Mr. Tomlinson. Okay, why don't you start?
Good afternoon, Chairman and committee members. My name is Trevor Tomlinson. I'm a legal advisor at the Maryland Public Service Commission. I'm here today to provide information regarding Senate Bill 800. This bill seeks to require the PSC to hire cybersecurity experts to advise the commissioners, share cyber-related information, and evaluate public service company submitted assessments. PSC appreciates and recognizes the importance of securing critical energy infrastructure and does not oppose the intent of SB 800. The Commission has existing authority and enforcement responsibilities in this area and promulgated cybersecurity regulations in March 2022. The Commission has met with the bill sponsor to answer questions and has provided written documents explaining existing Commission actions. However, we continue to have several concerns with the details of SB 800 and to that end have discussed potential amendments with the sponsor. First, specific cyber expert roles and responsibilities are best integrated in the Commission's hiring documents rather than in statute. In addition, the statute's workshop remedy is unnecessary as the Commission has authority under the PUA to require corrective action plans and impose civil penalties. Second, SB 800 requires sharing of highly confidential cybersecurity information. Cybersecurity matters are extremely sensitive, including how breaches are reported, and the Commission has emphasized the proper safeguarding of this information. Expanding the number of state agency representatives with knowledge of utilities, cybersecurity, and data privacy threat protections weakens utilities' ability to safeguard this critical information. Finally, the prescriptive cyber framework and accompanying assessments in SB 800 may not be appropriate for all public service companies. Existing COMAR regulations provide utilities the ability to utilize the cybersecurity framework applicable to its situation, as opposed to prescribing a one-size-fits-all approach. The PSC looks forward to working with the sponsor to draft an effective, transparent, and flexible cybersecurity bill. I'm available to answer any questions that you all may have. Thank you for allowing me this time to speak.
Okay. Do you want to add anything, Mr. Schreim, on behalf of the PSC or?
No, thank you. I appreciate the ability to be here this evening also. And when you have questions, I'll be happy to help.
Okay, excellent. And then our final witness, Mr. McClellan, got 2 minutes.
Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, thank you very much for having me here today. I'm also grateful for you. I am actually a resident of Ellicott City, but I'm here today, and so you are my senator. Thank you very much. But I am here today representing Palo Alto Networks. We are the world's largest and leading cybersecurity provider. We have about 13,500 cybersecurity experts working around the world. Most of the discussion that you've been having today, and I've been here for the last 5 or 6 hours listening, really have a major cybersecurity component. And so when you talk about SB 800 today, it really is kind of culmination of all the things you've talked about today. So innovation is key for us at Palo Alto Networks. We have to evolve to survive. But one of the secrets of this is that as you evolve, as you modernize, so do the attackers. And so those are some of the benefits here with SB 800. And with that in mind, there's kind of 2 areas I'd like to point out. One is that the growing number and sophistication of threats against critical infrastructure. The good senator mentioned the Oldsmore water attack down in Florida. I had that in my notes. I was going to talk about that. We continue to see growth in those type of attacks against critical infrastructure. And so any effort to promote and advance cybersecurity with infrastructure makes sense.
The second is the zero trust architecture. To be clear, that is not a piece of technology. That is a philosophy with security. I am happy to avail my services to any of you to provide. My job is I have the whole US where I work with policymakers such as yourself. I'm happy to provide a threat briefing to provide some technical understanding of what zero trust means. But zero trust is the growing standard, and any move that we can make toward that will provide a much greater cybersecurity threats. So thank you very much for your time tonight.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Any questions for any of the panelists? Okay, that completes our bill hearing on Senate Bill 800, and that completes our bill hearings for today. You guys could just hold on for a